Okay, dear Dhamma friends, welcome back to our Founders Day program 2022. My name is Ananda Mahimkanda. I'm one of the moderators of the program. Together with me is Vijay Vatugala. I'm sorry, I have a little internet problem, so I think it is getting sorted out. Bear with us for any errors, mistakes. So we had yesterday a very good session with our noble friend, Venerable Wattegama Subhavi Tero, and we did Anapanasati Bhavana yesterday, basic introduction, some exercises and things like that. So today he is going to take us to Buddhanusati. Buddhanusati is something that normally we don't do that much, but I think we are going to get a very good overview of Buddhanusati. What is Buddhanusati, why it is important and all that. So we are very fortunate to have Venerable Bhante Subhavi. As we know, we gave a good introduction yesterday. I'm sure you all were there yesterday. So I'm not going to repeat all that, but at this time we are welcoming him and we are inviting him to conduct the second day's program. And as normally we do, we request the teacher to administer us on Panchasila, 5 precepts. So we have to recite some gathas for that. I am doing it on behalf of all of us. Teruvan Sarnai, Okasa Ahang Bante, Tisaranena Sadding, Panchasilang Dhammang Yachami, Anugrahang Katva, Silang Detame Bhante, Anukampang Upadaya, Dutiyampi Okasa Ahang Bante, Tisaranena Sadding, Panchasilang Dhammang Yachami, Anugrahang Katva, Silang Detame Bhante, Anukampang Upadaya, Tatiyampi Okasa Ahang Bante, Tisaranena Sadding, Panchasilang Dhammang Yachami, Anugrahang Katva, Silang Detame Bhante, Anukampang Upadaya.
Yamahang vadami thang vadetha.
Ahang Bhante.
Please recite Namaskara 3 times.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
Buddhang saranang gacchami.
Buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dhammang saranang gacchami.
Sanghang saranang gacchami.
Sanghang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
පානාතිපාතා වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි.
Anatipata
Anatipata
Veramani
Veramani
Sikkhapadang
Sikkhapadang
Samadhyami.
Samadhyami.
අදින්නාදානා වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි.
Adinnadana
Dinadana
Veramani
Veramani
Sikkhapadang
Sikkhapadang
Samadhyami.
Samadhyami.
කාමේසු මිච්ඡාචාරා වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි.
Amesu Michachara
Nichachara
Veramani
Veramani
Sikkhapadang
Sikkhapadang
Samadhyami.
Samadhyami.
මුසාවාදා වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි.
Savada Veramani
Veramani
Sikkhapadang
Sikkhapadang
Samadhyami.
Samadhyami.
සුරාමේරය මජ්ජපමාදට්ඨානා වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි.
Rameraya Majjapamadatthana
Japamadatthana
Veramani
Veramani
Sikkhapadang
Sikkhapadang
Samadhyami.
Samadhyami.
තිසරණේන සද්ධින් පංචසීලං ධම්මං සාධුකං සුරක්ඛිතං කତ୍වා අප්පමාදේන සම්පාදේ තබ්බං.
Aham Bhante. Sadhu.
Good morning to all of you who are participating from the States, from the United States, and good evening to anyone who is participating from Sri Lanka. Today is the second day of the Founders' Day of the Ananda and Nalanda College. And yesterday we did Anapanasati. Actually, I said that it's not Anapanasati that we are usually practicing. So it's a warm up. Like I said, it was a warm up before the Anapanasati. We did some warming up. So yesterday was all about that. So we have today we have another 20 minutes or so to give an introduction. So I thought of why don't we start with yesterday, and then we can go to today's work, from the Sri Lankan time 9 p.m. we are introducing the Buddhanusati. And yes, and some of you, I don't know, few of you might not, I don't know whether it will grasp, you can grasp it, because we are doing Buddhanusati. So it's about recollecting the qualities of the Buddha. And these qualities, actually, we don't go to in depth, right? So this is an kind of introduction program. So none of us are going to in-depth meditation, because these are just 2-day programs. You cannot teach deep things in just 2 days. I mean, it's less than 2 days, right? It's just like 4 hours. So you cannot do that. It's just like someone is asking to teach about quantum physics within 8 hours, right? Within 2 days, it's difficult, right? So it's far more difficult than that. So what are we going to do is that today we will start with our yesterday's program, with the yesterday's exercise. But this time it's not about deep breathing, right? It's not about deep breathing. Yesterday we did deep breathing, but today we are going to let our normal breathing, right? A normal breathing. We are not forcing, we are not trying to breathe in or breathe out. We just allow the natural breath to come in and to go out. So what are we going to do is that, like yesterday, we asked you to focus on your nostrils and just identify the incoming breath and the outgoing breath. So we are developing a kind of focus there. So this might be a little bit challenging. This might be a little bit challenging because in deep breathing, we forcefully did something. So the mind should work on that. But now we are giving the natural breath to happen. The human mind or any mind, when you give someone a neutral thing, what we do is that we are not, sometimes the mind does not get excited because of neutral things, right? We always want something new, something happening, right? There should be an event, there should be a news that always that we have to stick to our life. Maybe that's the whole purpose of social media, right? Every day, every time, new content is being added, and now we can scroll up and down and check what is new. What is new? Is there a thing that I didn't see? Right? So let's say if you see one post, you read it, and then you go down. And if you see the same post, you won't stop there and read, right? You scroll down until you find something new. So that's our mind. That's how our normal mind acts. We always want something new. But if that new thing is a neutral thing, then the mind doesn't want to stay there because it doesn't give you excitement. But the thing is that when you see these new things, if with that the mind, in your mind, if lust is arising, right? If craving is arising, if anger is arising, now that's unwholesome things which bothers your mind a lot and which will disturb your mind a lot, right? But these neutral things, they don't disturb you. So in our life, we try to, we wish for a calm and peaceful mind and a peaceful life. But the other hand, we are feeding our mind, which destroys all these neutral things. But you add those cravings, add those anger, add those hatred, add those delusions, right? But we wish for that, right? We wish for a peaceful life, we wish for a calm mind, but you are adding, you are inserting wrong data, unwholesome data, and you expect neutral things. That won't happen. That won't happen. Because the intake is bad, then of course the process will be bad and the outcome will be bad. Do not think that you can get bad things inside and expect or wish that things might change and come out. No. If the bad things are coming out in Buddhism, that's why we need a concentrated mind, so you can pick what to get and drop what you can, but you don't like, right? In Vipassana, so we talked this about yesterday, two kinds of meditation. One is the concentration meditation, or the samatha bhavana, and then you have the vipassana bhavana. In vipassana bhavana, if one is doing vipassana bhavana, then he or she is eligible, is okay to get any kind of data, because in your mind you have practiced how to how to analyze those things, and then your mind won't be disturbed. But before that, we need some kind of concentration build up in our mind. So that's why we are doing these meditations on breathing. So let's take let's take about 8 minutes, I think. Yeah, 8 minutes, I think it's good. Right? So I'll give you 8 minutes. So what we are going to do is practice yesterday's practice. I think everybody present here are the same people who came yesterday, I hope, right? If you are new, then we are getting a little bit of problem, because yesterday throughout the day we were practicing this anapanasati related deep breathing exercise. So now we are doing, today we are going to stop the deep breathing, but let the normal breathing, let the natural breathing happen. So we don't control our breath, We just focus. Yesterday, I asked you to how to get the focus, right? Just focus on your nostrils and around the nostrils. Check or be aware where the air is hitting on your nose or inside your nose. The place varies to various people, but of course, there is a place that the air is hitting. So at that place that we are going to keep our mind and to be with there. So I think we can start, right? I think we can start. So all of you can sit and keep your back straight, keep your neck straight, keep your head straight. Close your eyes, right? So first of all, before our normal breathing, let's take 3 deep breaths, right? Let's take 3 deep breaths, and then we'll go to the normal breathing. So starting from now, we'll do 3 deep breathings, like 1, 2, 3, like that. Let's do it, and then stop the deep breathing and let the normal breathing happens. Just keep your mind or keep your attention to the nostrils and check how your breathing and breathe out happens. So let's start. Okay, Thiruvan Saranai to all. I hope that you were able to keep your mind there at your nostrils and try to focus. So the focus, or the concentration is a thing that you have to develop. Why? Because in Buddhism we have the eightfold path, right? Noble eightfold path, which is the 8 steps that you have to follow, that you have to develop. It's not just let's say some people might think it's by just hearing Dhamma you can understand, by just learning you can understand. No, you can learn, yes, you can study, yes, you get some sort of knowledge you can get, but when it comes to the practical level, it's different. It's totally different when it comes to the practical levels. So yesterday I explained everyone how a philosophy and let's say a structured religion works, right? A structured religion says you have to do this and there's no other options. But in a philosophy, you are given a framework. Within that frame, you can find your own systems. Now, the Noble Eightfold Path, starting with Samma Ditti, and it goes until Samma Samadhi. So, Samma Samadhi means the correct and the noble concentration, is one of these 8 things that we have to follow. So, you cannot ignore Samma Samadhi. Samma Samadhi, you have to develop. So Samma Samadhi, it's about concentration. And these are not just small concentrations, there are deep concentrations. But this you have to do. This you have to do. It's a thing that you have to do. It's not just Samma Sati. It's not just mindfulness. It should be the Samma Sati should go along with Samma Samadhi and the all other 6 things, right? So we cannot ignore. So one thing again I have to say, when it comes to these kind of programs, I usually try my best to teach in a simple way, because what I know is, let's say I have learned a lot, but all the things that I learned, I can tell, but if it is irrelevant to you, there's no point, right? So I usually come up with normal words, with understandable words, so that I can explain easily and you can understand easily, right? So with that mind, with that I said, in Anapanasati, just give your full attention to your breath, right? To your breath, and just focus to that place where your air is hit on your nose or inside your nose, wherever, and keep the focus there. So this focus, right? This focus, some explain as one-pointedness, where you keep a sharp point and you see what's going on there. There you develop the Samma Sati too, right? You develop the Samma Sati. With the Samma Sati, you are developing the Samma Samadhi. So they go hand to hand. So that's how you start this meditation and to practice. So meditation practice is a long way. It's not a short thing. But if you do it correctly, you can get the results, get small results at the point that you are trying to do your meditation, right? So you have to try, you have to work on that. And once you understand that this meditation is a thing that makes you calm, makes you happy, and your understanding of the world and around you gets more and higher, you know that because of this meditation, because of this calm mind, because of the undisturbed mind, you can see the world and yourself in a clear way. So that's why we have to practice these meditations. That's for yourself, that's for ourselves. And this is what the Buddha has asked us to do. Have a peaceful mind, and then you can analyze the world, and then you see what's going on, what's going inside you, what's going outside. Then you see that there's nothing to cling on. There are some objects, some matter or material things, and there's a mind, and it's not, we say one mind, but it's the mind is made out of few things. It's just not one thing, right? So you see that everything is bits and pieces here and there, and they have got together and working together. And we think that there's a person, there's I, there's me, there are things that are mine, and there are things that are yours, not mine. Like those, all those concepts are happening inside our mind because we have not analyzed those things. So to analyze these things, you have to have a calm, peaceful mind. At least you can. The least thing is, at least you can have a good sleep. At least you can wake up to a good day when you have a concentrated mind. Okay, so that is yesterday's program, and we did some of these Anapanasati. So this is the entrance of Anapanasati, right? Where you know your incoming breath and where you know your outgoing breath. So that's Anapanasati in a very brief way. But today we have a different topic, right? We have a different topic. So today is about the Buddhanusati, right? Some in meditations, Anapanasati meditation is being respected highly, right? Then Maitri Bhavana, we do a lot. And it's a Marananusati, respected. Asubha Bhavana, people know that, but sometimes people don't like to do that because they think that it's not good, it's disgusting, like that. Some people go like that. But all these 40 kinds of meditation, the first meditation is usually the Buddhanusati. So Buddhanusati is the recollection of the qualities of the Buddha. Qualities, right? So it says that there are qualities that the Buddha has. Now we have to find out who is Buddha. Who is the Buddha? What did he do? Right? So for that, we have to go a little bit to the history lesson. Right? Let's go to the history and find out who is really Buddha. Why he is called as Buddha. Are there any good qualities that we have to respect or we have to know so that we too can get some of these qualities and develop our mind through that? Or should we do that or should we not do that? Let's find out in this session. So there are various stories about the Buddha. Like, so it's a long story that there was once a young person and he was sailing in the sea with his mother, and then they were hit by a storm, and then all of the other people died. But this young, talented young man, he saw this whole thing, but he managed to take his mother and to grab something floating and start swimming. And he was there for 7 days in the sea. So after 7 days, he reached to an island, and both of them came to the island. And at that point, his mother said that, my son, may you become a Buddha, right? So that's the backstory. So it says that that's the first day that he thought, oh yeah, I would love to become a Buddha. Like, it's a great thing because my mom told me she had this wish. So yeah, her wish is not bad. It's a good thing. If I can help others, just like I helped my mom today, but there's a higher purpose becoming a Buddha. And so it's better that I try it. So that's how it started, right? So, and then there are whole stories. Like, we don't have to go through these stories. Let's come to the place that the very life he became a Buddha. So it was like more than 2,600 years ago. There was a prince who was born into a really wealthy and highly respected family in India. More than, it's not India actually, now it's Nepal, where a prince was born. And he had a very luxurious life. His name was Siddhartha. He had a very luxurious life, pure luxurious life. He had 3 palaces and he had many things. He was a wealthy person, wealthy prince, and he was the prince that was that is going to become the next king of that kingdom. So this Prince Siddhartha, he got married when he was 16 years old. Those days it was allowed. A 16-year-old prince can marry. There was no problem at those days. So he got married when he was 16. And he was a very wise person. He's a quick learner and a quick analysis. He had a sharp mind and he had this amazing analytical power. Right? He had like I said, he had a very luxurious life. Everything was there: food, palaces, clothes, everything was perfect for him. There was nothing to worry, nothing to worry. So it says that one day, while he was going on the road, he saw an old man. Now, you might think that hasn't he seen these old men? He has seen old men, but this particular person is very old. So it says that the Prince Siddhartha's father, King Siddhodana, he didn't want to see all these negative things in life. So he asked all the old people, sick people to keep away from Siddhartha. And before the prince go somewhere, the royal guards will come to the road and ask everyone to leave and make the path clear. Right. So maybe you have seen in Sri Lanka during the time of the war, whenever the president or some high authorities are going, the roads are closed and they are going in a high speed so that they will not be targeted by the enemies. So likewise, he had the same speed, but not to harm people, but they were trying to get rid of the old people or sick people, nothing to see any negativity. But this day, somehow, he saw an old person, very old, and his hair was white, and his skin was not just like a young person. It was all wrinkled. He couldn't walk properly because he was so old that he was taking a stick and he was walking. And Prince Siddhartha saw this. Now we have seen a lot of people, like old people. We say, "Well, that's an old person. Maybe a man or a woman. Doesn't matter." We say that's an old person. We just say he has grown old. That's part of life. We just pass by that. But this Prince Siddhartha was so intelligent, so wise. He saw this person, he saw this old man, and he was shocked in a way. And he asked his driver, like he was on his horse carriage, he asked his driver, "Who is that?" Like, don't think that the Prince Siddhartha doesn't know who is that, but he was a little bit shocked to see that person, and he was like, "Who is that person?" And the driver said, "He's an old person." And then Prince Siddhartha asked this amazing question, like, do we get old like that? Do we get all like that person? And then the driver said yes. So it was amazing question that the Prince Siddhartha was thinking, like, if we are all, every one of us who are living, if we haven't died before our old ages, we all have to go through a phase just like that, a place or a time that we have to get old, right? Get old, and you don't have the physical strength, you don't have that same amount of energy inside you, and you are starting to be disabled, right? So in his mind he was analyzing this. If every one of us are going to do us towards that system, that way, what's the meaning of this life? Why we are trying to gather things, why we are trying to gather land or wealth and other things, if we all are going towards this old age? Maybe we can enjoy it now, but still we are running out of time. We have a fight between time. So one day we'll be that same person, and is the life worth to grasp everything and to get everything to us? Like, let's say, usually kings are people who fight a lot, right? They had wars and other things for land. And he was thinking, no, this is the life is kind of weird thing, right? He was thinking like that. So because he was thinking like that, he told to the driver, he said, let's not go, let's go back to the palace. And he started to think about life. So nobody has taught him, but because since he can analyze things, he was looking at this and he was thinking, yeah, life is a weird thing. Now, one good reason he had these thoughts, because he had nothing to gain, right? Everything was perfect in his life. He had food, he had money, he had good parents, everything was perfect. Everyone are these warrior clan people or kings, right? So his life was perfect. Everything was there. There's nothing to be thinking more like, I have to capture this thing or that thing, I have to buy this thing or that thing. Everything is provided. So his mind was fully aware, right? Fully, like, he was happy with his life, right? So what, when we are thinking about ourselves, what the thing is that we have targets that we have to achieve, right? We think that we have to buy this, we have to buy that, we have to get the latest version of everything. So we have always something to follow, right? Something to grab, and we have to earn money for that, right? So we are so busy with that. But Prince Siddhartha, he was not busy with that. He was doing the normal work. But since he was a wise person and he has nothing to gain a lot, his mind was relaxed and he was thinking about life, because he had everything. And he sees, even though I have everything, still I'm going to be that old person one day, right? So he was thinking about his life. So maybe 1 month later, then again he left the palace to go to a nearby garden. And that time he saw this sick person, very sick person, very sick person. So there too, he saw it, and it was just like the same story. He saw this sick person and he was starting to think, one day I'll get sick too. I'll be a sick person. I have not gone away from this. I don't have the ability to control these sicknesses. Anyone can get sick. So is the life that we are having, is it worth? Because if the sicknesses is going to get you, then after that, what happens? The life is an empty place. He had those thoughts. So then again he came back, stayed like 1 month, thinking about the life, but doing his normal work, right? Don't think that he was inside his home, his palace, and just thinking about this. No, he was doing his normal work, but inside, deep inside, he was analyzing what is life. Next time he went out, he saw a dead person. Now that place, again, his mind was triggered. If all of us are going to die one day, right? All of us are going to die one day. We have to face the death. You cannot avoid the death. So then he was thinking, is it worth in this life to gather things, to grasp things, to get things, and to fight, and to scream, and to kill people, to every bad thing, every negative thing? Is it worth that we are going to do those things? Because we are going to die one day. So again, his mind was triggered. So he went back to the palace, and the next time he went outside, he saw a monk, like an ascetic, right? Not a Buddhist monk, but an ascetic he saw. And then he asked the driver, who is that? And the driver says, well, he's a person who renounced everything, has let go of everything. Now he is developing his mind, not to be sorrowed, not to be unhappy, just to have a peace and calm life, so that he can understand the world and get rid of all these things and live a peaceful life. And he is going towards the ultimate calmness, right? So that's where Prince Siddhartha was highly triggered. He said, that is the life that I need. The life that I have in my palace is not the life that he's in. I have everything. I have food, but there's always a security threat. There's always something to be worried when we are having in these palaces and other places. We always have to think about those things. But he doesn't have anything to lose. Nothing to lose. He's at ultimate peace. Now, the Prince Siddhartha was thinking, I need that. I need that. Because life is not about these fancy things or going around grabbing things, grasping things, but to have a peaceful life. So he saw that I cannot do that in the palace. I have to go. So that's the place where he thought that I should go. And the normal stories that we hear is that say that he went away telling no one, and he just left his newborn child and his wife away, and he just left. No, that's not how it happened. So he was a wise person, and so as his wife, right, Yasodhara, Princess Yasodhara. She was a very wise person, very intelligent. She knows about her husband, right? And it says that they were talking about this thing because Prince Siddhartha's best friend was Yasodhara. When they're in their childhood, they grew together, right? And they were talking about this life and what's life, what are we searching for? Like they had these deep conversations. And Yasodhara knew that my husband will leave these worldly things and he will become a monk or an ascetic and he will go with his life. She knew that and she has accepted that. Okay? So it's not just he left without saying anyone like that. No, that's not the story. So yes, and one day Prince Siddhartha left the palace and he started to find the truth about the world, and he wanted to find answers to all the questions that is gathering in his mind. What is life? How it happened? How it's going to end? Right? And the defilements inside his mind, inside our mind, are the things that is bothering us. So how to get rid of those defilements and to eradicate all these defilements, and how to achieve the ultimate peace. So that was his target. So he went. And it says that he went for a few teachers and tried to get some knowledge and practices. He got, but it was not enough for him. He saw that still the defilements are working, still the mind is agitating, still the mind is not at peace. During the meditation, yes, there's some kind of calmness, but no. As you awake from the meditation, you get up from the meditation, then the defilements come again. So he was searching for a permanent solution. So he went outside, but there were no teachers for him. So then he thought, okay, he saw that I have to take these things to my hand. And then he started to do meditation. So it was the popular system was in those days to go to the jungle and live a very difficult life, right? So that's what is called the Dushkara Kriya, right? That you torture your whole body just to realize things, right? So it's just like the the present days, right? People think that to understand suffering, you have to suffer, right? That's a delusion. That's a common mistake that we have. We think that in order to understand suffering, we have to go through suffering. No, understanding is a different thing, right? If you understand suffering when you are going through suffering, then all the people who are in the hospitals, they might see the suffering and they might be doing the meditation and get rid of all the sufferings and become enlightened. No. When you go through your suffering, you suffer. You don't understand. You can't understand the suffering. What causes the suffering? You can't understand. You just experience suffering. You just experience pain. And pain is the only thing that you see. You don't find any wisdom there. Right? So it was the common thing. Even in those days, they had this. So Prince Siddhartha started with that. After a very long time, like 5 years, nearly 5 years, he did it and he saw nothing. There's nothing, nothing is progressing. So the mind was the same. So that's where he thought that, no, this is not the way. There should be a way, a different way than this. So then he came to the middle path and he started doing his meditation, starting from Anapanasati actually. Right? Starting from Anapanasati. So what he did was he sat down and started to build concentration first. Through the concentration, he got deep level, he went to deep levels of concentration and his mind was very calm. And with that calm mind, he started to analyze the whole world within himself and the external world. Now, my dear Dhamma friends, what he did, it's called the Arya Pariyesana, right? The noble research, right? Noble research. He was doing a research. Right? He was trying to find something new. So it's not a normal research, a noble one. Because all the research that we do, they will not stop suffering, right? It might give some kind of solution for one problem, but it will not eradicate all the problems, right? Sometimes we do experiments, research on one topic, and we find something new, and we present it to the world and say, yeah, maybe, let's say a doctor who has done research and finds a cure to one particular disease, let's say maybe cancer. All of these cancer, let's say he found a solution for brain cancer. So it's just brain cancer. He can avoid brain cancers, but what about the other diseases? There are many diseases. Brain cancer is just one. So maybe a doctor or a researcher might research for like years and years and find one solution for one problem. But the Buddha was trying to find the solution for all the suffering, not one. all the suffering. Right? So when it comes to research, like we have done, right? Most of, I think there are well-educated people here. We have done our researches, like we go to a library, we read books, we take equipments and we do our research and we do it again and again, and then we discuss with our professor like this. We are doing a research like that. But this ascetic Siddhartha, there was no one to talk. There was no one to get any kind of advice. He had to figure out things by himself. No one to talk. Right? So his library, his research facility, everything was his mind. Right? He was just sitting under a tree and analyzing everything within himself and all around the world, and beyond this world. He was analyzing everything through his mind. Now someone can argue like, no, he might be just thinking hard. How can he get such kind of wisdom? Now let's go back to the time of Galileo Galilei, right? Galileo, his name. So once he said, if you don't have the resistance of the air, if you take two objects, that is two different weights, right? The weight is two different. Let's say there's a high weight and a little weight, two objects. If you drop them at the same point, if there's no air resistance or any other resistance, both of them will come to the land, or it will land those two objects at the same time. Right? That was his theory. And people laughed. Everyone laughed. And at that time, he didn't have any, let's say, facilities to do that. Right? So it was back like more than 600 years ago. He said this. So everybody laughed. But he doesn't have, like, he had mathematical proofs, but he couldn't demonstrate those things right accurately. So I saw a video that was, I think, done by BBC, and they made a vacuum chamber, and they do that. They do the experiment just like Galileo Galilei said. And the results were amazing. I think you can find it in the internet, in the YouTube. Right? And the results were the same. Just like Galileo Galilei said, even though it was a heavy ball and some feathers, right? Few feathers. So they were dropped at the same time and they were hitting the ground at the same time. So Galileo Galilei, he did with his mind. He said that if the resistance of the air is not there, they will come to the ground at the same time. So this mind was highly appreciated even today. Like I said, he found one solution. He found one thing, right? So his mind was so sharp that he could understand that. Now let's go back to the story of Prince Siddhartha. He was sitting under a tree, analyzing his own mind, analyzing his own body and mind, and analyzing the world, and found what is the cause of all the suffering. Right? Because why we are talking about suffering? Because that is what is life, right? Suffering is all about your life. We always suffer from something, some kind of pain, some kind of thing, a mental pain or a physical pain. And we are trying to find solutions for those things. But still, these suffering come again and again and again, and every day we have to find solutions. Right? For physical pain, you get hunger, you get thirst, right? You get disease. Every day you have to find solutions. Right? Let's say we get hungry. So hunger is, in Buddhism, it says it's a disease, right? Now we don't call it a disease. We say hungry, but it's a disease that you get few times a day. And what is the medicine? Food is the medicine. Thirsty. We become thirsty, right? We get thirsty. It's a disease. What is the medicine? Water. Right? So when you wake up, during the time that you wake up, every day, maybe someone think that, oh, I don't have any disease, but at least you get hungry, at least you get thirsty. So those two things are two kinds of diseases that you experience every day. Right? Starting from there, every day we have to find solutions for our day-to-day life. And it's not easy, right? It's not easy. So maintain your body is not easy. Now they have because of the technology, might be they have find easy ways to maintain our body, but still we have to wake up and brush our teeth and maintain your body every day. Maintain your environment, maintain your family, maintain your children, maintain your house. It's all about maintenance. Why maintenance? Because every day there's something to be bothered about. Because they are not permanent solutions. Every day there's a problem, and we need to find solutions every single time. Now, we don't see that as suffering now. We see that, yeah, it's part of life. But if we consider that, right, if we analyze it in a correct way, you can see what kind of life that we are having. We are always trying to find some solutions. Every day we are trying to find solutions for all the hardships that we are going through. Right? So this is not easy. This is not easy. So the Prince Siddhartha, or the ascetic Siddhartha, was trying to find the root cause of all the problems. And he was analyzing in his own mind, and he found, yeah, it's this tanha, right? Or let's say it's this craving. It's the problem. To every is the answer, or is the cause to every problem that we are going through. When we attach to something, when we have craving, we always need something. Right? Because of craving, we get lustful thoughts, we get anger, we get delusion. Everything is because of this craving. So he saw that deep inside your mind, there's this mental factor called craving, and this is making all the problems inside you. So he saw this, and then he saw that, yeah, we need to get rid of this craving. And then he was analyzing every single thing. He was analyzing his eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and the body and the mind. And he saw that the body and everything is made out of matter, right? Rupa, like the Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu. These are the four elements, the greatest four elements. And there's nothing to be grasping those things. You don't have to grasp, because the elements are elements. It's we think that these elements are mine, right? We grasp those things, but they are natural elements. You don't have to grasp anything. And then he was analyzing his mind. He saw that the mind is not one thing. It's made out of few things. But if you analyze those things, there's nothing to be attached, nothing to be craved. And that's how he analyzed. And then he understood the system of the world, that your suffering is because of this craving. And if you get rid of this craving, the mental pain is gone. Right? So that's how he attained the Buddhahood. But it's not a thing that I can explain within like 10-15 minutes. It's a long process. It's a long thing. But I'm giving a brief idea. So with this attaining of the Nibbana, he was called as the Buddha because he understood himself, he understood the external world, the planet, and beyond those, anything. He saw the same thing with his mind. Like I said, he didn't have any kind of fancy equipments. He didn't have any books. He didn't read anything. He had some little bit of knowledge, but he was analyzing everything through his mind. Everything through his mind. Right? Because before that, he was traveling here and there. He was traveling all around the northern Indian part to find a place or to find the truth about the world and everything. But later on, he understood everything is inside us. You don't have to travel here and there. The truth is inside you. It's not outside. It's inside you. You can awaken those wisdoms and you can understand those things. Right? So wherever you go, you are going with your mind. So inside your mind is the craving is there. So this is what he understood. And with that understanding, with that wisdom, right? With that wisdom, he was called as the Buddha or the awakened one. Why awakened? He was awakened from the delusions. He was awakened from the delusions that we have, right? He was awakened. We are still not awakened. We still grasp things. We still fight. We try to find things that it is endless, right? Let's say, for an example, let's say you buy a phone, right? So maybe it's the latest phone and it will be the most expensive one. So within like 1 year, maybe less than 1 year, there's another phone, a new version of that. And now we think that, yeah, the phone that I have is not good. I would like to get the new one, the better one. And then again, we are trying to get that. So this is just a very small incident or small example. But we do much more things than that, right? We do much more. We try to find, we try to grasp. And once you get those things, all those equipments, we think that this is ours, this is mine, right? So it's kind of weird thing, right? So let's say you want to get a phone, right? As an example, you want to get a phone. So you go to the phone shop and you see a phone and you ask the price and you check whether it's good or bad. Then you think that, okay, I will buy it. Okay? So the phone was there already. I was here. I had some cash, right? I have some cash. I give that cash to the shop and get the phone. Now the phone is just a materialistic thing. It doesn't have any kind of mind, right? It has its own softwares and other things, but it's not a being, right? It's not human. It's not any kind of being. So you give some papers, right? Money is kind of papers. Now it's different, right? It's about digital things. You just swipe your card and it says that your money is being transferred to their account, and you just get that thing and you go. So when the phone is in the shop, it was not yours. It was not yours. You give that piece of papers or these digital things, and then the shopkeeper says that now it's yours. And now you think that, yeah, this is my phone. The phone didn't change, right? The phone didn't change. Our mind changed. Before we purchase that, before we give the money, it was not mine. When you give the money, we think that, yeah, this is my phone. But the phone is phone, right? The phone doesn't own you. We own the phone, right? We own the phone. We think that this is my phone. Maybe in phones they say that put your name and everything, and now the phone says that, yeah, this is your phone. But those are some softwares working, right? But our mind changes that to that I have a phone. Now we attach to this phone, right? We love our phone, and now we try to protect this phone and carry it everywhere that we are going, right? If you lose this phone, we get crazy. We get crazy. So all the things in the world is just like that. We own things. We think that we own those things. We own the house, we own a car, like those things, but they don't shout like this is I'm owned by you. Our mind is changed, thinking that these are our things. So that's what the Buddha saw, that there's nothing to be grasped as mine or I am. There's some bunch of things that is working in a system. So you don't have to attach to anything. So that's how he reached the Buddha. So after this amazing realization, he started to teach people that everything's suffering is because of your own mind. So train your mind, practice your mind in a way not to grasp anything and live a free life, so that you will not continue this craving from this birth to another birth. So all the Buddhists, we believe, it's not just believe, like there are tons of research has done even in the modern world, that we are born again, right? We have rebirth. So we are continuing our life, right? We are leaving this body, but the mind is working. The mind is, let's say, like, so, yeah. Now don't go to any deep analyzing. I'm just saying a normal thing. So the mind is traveling. It takes another body and live there, then again and again. You are being born, you are living, and then you have to face the death and born again, live, death, born again, live, death, right? So born and dying, born and dying, born and dying. So it's endless kind of suffering you have to go through. Every single time you have to find solutions for every suffering that you are going to face. So if you just stop the rebirth, then you don't have any suffering. That's the ultimate thing that Buddhists have to find. Right? You have to stop the rebirth. So that's why we are practicing all those meditation as Buddhists. It's not just to have a calm mind, but to get rid of all the cravings, so that you will not suffering from your mind ever again, and you will not be born again. Right? So this is what the Buddha was teaching us. Now, with those teachings, with understanding those this phenomena, the qualities of Prince Siddhartha ascetic changed to as a Buddha. Right? His name changed, his thoughts, his mind was changed. Now he is no longer Prince Siddhartha. His mind was awakened, and all the things that is in mind, his craving, his attachments are no longer there. And with that, he gained from his mind, he gained amazing, like uncountable qualities, right? He has uncountable qualities in his mind. Uncountable. But we can't understand uncountable things. So the Buddha was kind enough to categorize his qualities to 9 qualities. 9 qualities. Now, why should we know about these qualities? Because only in Buddhism you can find, it's only in Buddhism, right? You won't find anywhere else. the teacher, the supreme teacher, or the person who found this amazing truth says that one day, if you practice well, you can become a Buddha one day. So can you find any other religion says that, let's say there's a religion or a teaching that talks about God. The God is the supreme person or the supreme power. The God has never shown to anyone how to become as powerful as him. Okay? Try to find. No. The God says, I'm supreme. And you cannot become me. You cannot become me. You don't find it. You don't find it. Not in any kind of book you don't find. You can be a god, maybe. You can go to heaven and become, but you cannot become the God that they're talking about, that they're believing in. Now, Buddhism, the Buddha is the supreme person or the supreme being. And the Buddha says, hey, you can become a Buddha if you practice enough. But this practice, you have to it's not a 1 day or 2 day or one life practice. You have to practice for billions and billions of years. But you can become a Buddha. So Buddhism is amazing, right? The teaching of the Buddha is amazing because he says you can become a Buddha. Or you can become an enlightened person and end this suffering. But again, there's this path, you can become a Buddha, right? So that kind of kind heart, kind mind he had shown everyone without any riddles, without any kind of secret. He has always told how to achieve those things without any secrets. Yeah. So these kind of amazing qualities he had. So, and the Buddha says to the monk, if a Buddha started to talk about a Buddha's qualities, right, day and night, without saying any kind of teachings, just the qualities of the Buddha, if it was started just to say the qualities of the Buddha, his lifetime will expire. Like he can say it until his death, but still you cannot end the qualities of a Buddha. That much of qualities are there. But like I said, the Buddha was kind enough to understand people like us. He had shortened everything. He has categorized all his qualities into 9 qualities. 9 qualities. So, do we know these 9 qualities? Right? Do we know? Yes. Any Buddhist, like a traditional Buddhist, maybe their parents who are Buddhists, and they have gone to temple or in schools that they have been taught the qualities of the Buddha. So every day when we are doing our daily worships or vandana, we recite those 9 qualities. Right? And what is that? It is the well-known Itipiso Bhagava Arahang Samma Sambuddho, this stanza. So these things, the verse Itipiso Bhagava Arahang Samma Sambuddho, like that, this says about the 9 qualities of the Buddha. Right? 9 qualities of the Buddha. So Buddhanusati meditation is about recollecting these 9 qualities and just to focus your mind into these 9 qualities and you don't think anything beyond that. You're just focused on these 9 qualities and to understand these qualities and get a concentrated mind on those qualities. Now, what's the benefit of that is when you are recollecting those qualities, you can feel, you can get some kind of idea you can get some kind of practice too, right? You can understand, oh, my teacher have these kind of qualities. So as a student, I should try my best to act like those qualities, right? Then you become more calm, you behave more well, right? All your daily works become less stress, less agitated, and you can experience the happiness and the calmness of your mind. Why? We are trying to grasp, we are trying to get or to understand the qualities of the Buddha and apply those things to your life, right? So that's why we practice the Buddha Anusati. Like very short example, we said that there are 9 qualities, right? So what are the 9 qualities? Arahang, Samma Sambuddho, Vijjachana Sampanno, Sugato, Lokavidu, Anuttaro Purusadhammasarthi, Sattha Manusanang, Buddho, Bhagava. These are the 9 qualities of the Buddha. But in every qualities there are, it explains a lot of qualities, but basically there are these 9 qualities. So let's take the first quality of the Buddha, Arahang, right? This contains another, under this topic there are 5 subtopics or 5 things that explain why the word Arahang, right? So in that Arahang it says, let's say in Sinhalese we say, Rahasingwat pau nokala hein Arahan nam vana seka. It says that the Buddha has not done any sin, even in secrecy. Even in secrecy. He has done not any kind of sin, even in secrecy. Now, when we say that and when we recollect on that, we always see the difference between us and the Buddha. Right? What about us? What about us? We usually do sins in secrecy. Maybe in public too, maybe. But most of the time, when we are doing any kind of sin, a bad thing, we usually look around and check whether someone is watching us. And if there's not watching us, we do our sin. Right? But we can show to the world that, no, I'm a perfect person. I don't do any kind of bad things. No, my mind is so pure. I don't think bad things. People say those things, but actually they are not, right? They do all their sins in secrecy. But to the world, they show a different face. They show a different character. But what about the Buddha? What about your teacher? Yeah? Our noblest teacher is the Buddha. And he has this quality saying that he has not done any sin, even in secrecy. So when we recollect on these things, on this, at least this small thing, right? Whenever we are going to do some sin, we remember that, my teacher, the Buddha, hasn't done any sins, even in secrecy. I'm a student. I have got this amazing Dhamma or this amazing teaching from the Buddha. So if my teacher says these things, he has this quality of not doing any sin, even in secrecy. I must follow that too. Right? So you just stop your sin. Right? So this is not easy, maybe. Right? Sometimes our mind is so it wants to do some things. We feel happy because of the sin. Right? But at least there's a resistance inside your mind, right? So this is just one small quality of the Buddha. There are like billions and billions, but this is just one, right? So if you take all the 9 qualities and analyze those qualities and recollect on those qualities, then you see how your teacher or how the Buddha has behaved. And you can absorb some kind of these qualities to yourself. And then you are experiencing more tranquility. You don't have any regrets. Your mind is calm and you are happy. You're happy. So that's what happens in the world. Like if we say some great person, right? Let's say very great, there are great people in this world. Some of our maybe are living. Let's say these days you have the FIFA World Cup, I think, right? So there are these great players. And when we hear their stories, like they play really nice football, and we see that, and some people think, wow, he has these amazing skills. And when you hear their interviews, they say, we are not born with these skills. We have developed these skills, right? We were not born with a football. We developed these skills. And for development, we worked hard. Day and night, we worked hard. So when we hear that, let's say, there are people who are these soccer guys, the football guys. I don't know the names. I can remember their face, but not their names. Then some people, they might think that, yeah, he has done work, he has done those things, and he became a great person by practicing. So even in my life, I can do the same thing. If I practice a lot, even though I'm not practicing maybe football, but whatever I am doing, if I have practiced hard, I can gain much more things than this, right? So that's how we inspired by those things. So when someone is practicing Buddha Anusati or recollecting the qualities of the Buddha, we get inspired of those qualities, right? So that's why we do Buddha Anusati meditation. Right. So I think my basic background discussion or preaching is over. I think, Mr. Ananda, it is time for question and answers, Q&A, right? I think. Is it?
Yes, yeah, we can do that.
Like the last time, people who have questions, they can raise hand, or they can also type the question, and then we can read it, and Bante can also read it. And then when you raise hand, we will what you could give permission for you to unmute, then you can unmute. Until someone asks a question, maybe I will ask a question.
Okay.
So when we say that rahasing wat pau nakorai or something like that, or secretly doing a sin. So at the beginning, I remember that when I hear that one in the temple, I resisted that thing, So the one of but today I think maybe I found an answer. But the way is that we say that Chetananam Bhikkhave Kamma Vadami. So the secret to whom? So anything what we do, we see it. So there's no secret within us for what we do. So we cannot do any karma without secretly from us. So I was confused on that one. So maybe you can explain. Like I think maybe difference is that because it is same is different, or we can explain that one. Maybe that would be nice.
Yeah. Okay. So here, what secrecy doing sin in secrecy means actually, we know what we are doing usually, right? When we are doing, it's not a secret for us, but we always try to do something. Let's say we are doing a sin. We always try to, let's say every one of us, we would like to be the nice guy, right? Everybody loves to get respected. Everybody loves to think that I'm a good person, I'm trying to do good to the world, I'm doing some kind of good. We always try to seek, let's say, recommendation from other people. We do not like people saying to us, you are a bad person. Maybe there are a few people. I think if somebody is accused by you are a bad person, they say, yeah, I'm a bad person, so what? They might say it. But most of us, we love to think that I'm a good person, right? I'm a good person. I'm doing good for myself and to others. So we don't want anyone to accuse us that we are doing bad things, right? So because of that, we do not like to show people that we have defilements in our mind, we have anger, we have hatred, we love to kill someone, right? We like to steal, we like to gather money or everything. We don't like to show that. But deep in our mind and heart, in our minds, we do all those things, right? Our mind is always filled with defilements. We have the lust, right? The lustful thoughts and everything of lust. So some people, they do all the things outside in open public, but most of the people, they do all these things in secrecy. Let's say someone feeling lustful thoughts, he need to do his lustful things. He doesn't go to the road and do those things, right? He goes to some place, close the door and do everything in a secret way. He doesn't want anyone to know, right? So we know that it's a bad thing or something like that, but we don't like to show to the others that we are doing those things. Anger or hatred, everybody, I think most of us, I don't think there anyone who is not, you can't say that, no, my mind, I don't have anger, I have pure metta, pure loving kindness. No, time to time we get angry. When we get angry, only we know what are the thoughts that is coming, right? Sometimes we feel that I need to kill this guy, right? I need to smash this guy, I would like to lock up this guy. Like, all the anger that's inside our mind is happening, right? But because we are ashamed to show those things, because the people might judge us, we don't show it. But in our mind, how many people that we have killed already in our mind, right? Let's say the Sri Lankan politicians, right? You want to kill them, right? At least you sometimes I will not kill, but I would love to see them die. Why not? People love that. Sometimes they express themselves, but most of us, we don't express. But deep in our mind, we feel that, oh man, why do they are still having a good time? Shouldn't they be die? Shouldn't they get diseases and suffer? We always see that they are not suffering. We are suffering. They are not suffering. So in our mind, we have this curse toward them. Let them die, right? Let the lightning strike in their head, right? We say all those things, right? We love to see that. So all the sinful thoughts, all the unwholesome thoughts are happening inside our mind, but we do not tell those things. We try to say, well, that's life, that's these things. They should have done these things. They should have done these things. But we don't say that they should die, they should suffer, they should struck by lightning, or they should be pushed to a volcano, right? Like that, we don't say those things. We don't say.
So basically, what we are trying to do is that the good image what we are showing to others, we want to maintain when they are no one is looking at us.
Yes.
Continue the same things, not just for the show. Do it inside.
Yes. Yeah. So the Buddha is not like
that's something a good thing. I think people can get something out of it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I think
Bhante, actually, just to add, to what Vijay was asking about the sins that now we think that we know our sins, but sometimes we don't know our sins also. Is that right?
Yes, most of the things we don't know, that's a sin, that's a bad thing, that's an unwholesome thing. We don't know. Sometimes we think that it's not bad, but it's bad actually. It's unwholesome.
I remember in Ananda Sutta, Buddha is talking about the people who know their own wrongdoings are even better than the people who don't know their wrongdoings.
Yeah.
So he's saying the people who know is better than the people who don't know the wrongdoings. So
Yes,
fantastic
definitely.
analysis. And also, I remember Bante, in the modern science, the management science, there's something called Johari window. Joe and Harry, two management scientists, developed a little window. And in that window, there are 4 quadrants. And he said that people who know about themselves, people who don't know about themselves, people don't know about themselves, but the other people know about themselves. And there's another part where he doesn't know, and even the other people don't know about that particular character. So it's fantastic analysis, just matching with the Buddhism. So I thought of, that. I have another question actually. Now, when we are talking about ascetic Siddhartha, and during his research, so you said the problem is the craving, but actually that is coming second. I think he originally thought the reason is birth. So he was trying to see what's the reason for the birth. Then he found craving and attachment. You want to elaborate on that, Bhante?
Well, that will be a long elaboration, because he was analyzing the present moment problem, right? He saw that the birth, you are experiencing now, what we experiencing now is the physical pain, the mental pain, the disease, the death, everything we experiencing now, right? You can experience. Now he was analyzing what is the reason of those things, and he found, yes, the birth is the reason, right? So that birth is, if you are not born, then you don't have any suffering. But he didn't stop from there. He was trying to find what is the cause of the birth, right? He was trying to analyze what is the cause of the birth. He was analyzing and analyzing and analyzing. Then he saw what?
Craving.
The bhava, right? The bhava, called the bhava, or the place that you are being born. Let's say like that. Yeah, right. Existence is the problem. Existence make the birth. Like that, he was analyzing. Then he was analyzing why existence. Why existence? Then he saw grasping or attachment. Grasping is the cause of existence. Like that, he was analyzing every other part until he found all the problem causes by the avidya, right? The avidya. So it's a long process, like, so you have like 12 things to analyze. So it's a long way, but he saw that the delusion, right? The delusion and the craving are the main things that all the suffering. And if you remove actually if you remove the tanha part, or the grasping part, or the attachment, right, the craving part, if you remove that, then everything you can handle every other thing. So it's a long thing, right? It's a long discussion. So he was analyzing every other thing.
So we have 5 more minutes left in the question and answer. Okay. So
I think Dr. Siddharth was the first one who raised his hand.
Okay, Dr. Siddharth. Okay, he's on. No. He's not there. Not
Doctor, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, let me try to give me again. Okay, how about now?
Okay.
I think he's unmute now.
Yes.
He's on mute now.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Venerable Vandami Bante Subhavi
Sukhi hotu.
yeah, and Vandami.
Sukhi hotu.
Yesterday also I have a great happy, a great gratitude. Yesterday also we have a very nice Anapanasati meditation, and I have spread your work in India. You are very famous in Maharashtra, Nanded. Now yesterday's work I have spread in Maharashtra, in India, about our yesterday program. So we are very happy. Mindfulness breathing and very good result. Even though Indian time too much late, 1:30 midnight, I was also taking a benefit of your meditation and your blessing. So Bante, you are doing very great work. I am really happy. Today I was discussing about your work in India also, higher level. In India, Buddhist people, there are so many Buddhist people in India, and they need your guidance, because like you monk, we need support for India, because we have to spread this Buddha's message, like Anapanasati. So today again, I'm very happy to Buddhanasati. I'm hearing very nice today. So what is most important, you said about Galileo. So Galileo idea, I'm very happy. You know, in genetic science also, Galileo idea, onto science is a celestial body, astral body, and most important, Copernicus is the greatest scientist. Copernicus, he has also mentioned the metaphor. So while I am a scientist, so I am looking the scientific angle way. So Buddha is a supreme scientist, no doubt. Buddha is a supreme scientist in the world. So what I today understood, just today I have to comment, and I have to understand again and again. See, Buddha has invented great discovery. That is, we have to understand Buddhist metaphysical science, that is Abhidhamma. Beyond the earth, beyond the infinity earth, what is happening? Same things in genetic science, in metaphor, Buddhist cosmology, like we can say our connection, our mind connection, our cell connection, our DNA connection, we are completely connected with the astral body, like a cosmology. Our body, our mind, our cosmology interconnected with the cosmic waves, cosmology. So Buddhanusati I understood very nice today. And Galileo also mentioned the mathematical proof. So he was the greatest scientist. And Nicholas Copernicus also invented human anatomy, that is astronomy vision, astral body. It means Buddhist cosmology. See, Buddha is beyond the Galileo, Buddha is beyond the Copernicus, and Buddha is beyond the, we can say, Nibbana Bhumi. That is Buddhanusati. I am understanding very nice today. And most important, our connection, our daily connection, Buddha's omniscience, I understood very nice. So everybody must understand our mind. Buddha has invented every human being connected with the cosmology, Buddhist cosmology, and Buddhist cosmology.
Dr. Siddhartha, Siddhartha, sorry, I think you'll have to.
No problem. I'm finished.
Disturb, yeah, please. We have another question to answer.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy. And
we'll connect later. We'll connect later
Okay.
in another forum. I think it's really good, your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay,
Dr. Siddharth.
Yes. Dilas, you can
Dilas.
unmute.
Hi, Bante.
Taran Sannai, hello.
So you touch on the delusional part of our brain, I mean, how we be delusional to get what we want, right? I mean, I think that's the main cause, because our craving, we try to manipulate things and be delusional at the same time because we practice that way. Our mind is practiced that way. So we don't know whether it's right or wrong when you go to a certain point. So it comes with the craving, and this is my understanding. Maybe you can elaborate that. Because of the craving, you become delusional, and that's all because you are trying to manipulate that and show it to others.
Okay, Mr. Raj. So, yeah, craving and delusion, everything in there, they go hand to hand. When you have delusion, you develop craving. When you develop craving, you develop delusion, right? They go hand to hand, right? So if you develop one thing, all the other things are developing with that, right? It's the same with the unwholesome thing, and it's same with the wholesome thing, right? So that's how the world is going. If you let's say, if you are practicing loving kindness, then along with the loving kindness, you are developing a little bit of let's say when you are developing metta, loving kindness, then you develop kindness. Then with that you get the appreciative joy like mudita, and then you go to upeksha. So if you are doing the metta meditation, you are eligible, and you are just practicing. Along with that, you are practicing the other qualities too. So wholesome, unwholesome is the same way. If you just do one thing, it affects to the whole line. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think we are 8:48 our time here, and 3 minutes of, I think so. According to our schedule, we should be back at 9. I think we'll have 12 minutes of break.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Terence. Okay, Terence.
Ananda, mute. Mute.
Okay, sorry about it. So we are coming back after the break, and we are going to go to the second session of, I think, Bante is teaching us how to meditate on Buddha Anusati. Bante, over to you. Theruvan Sarnai.
Theruvan Sarnai to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ananda. So now it is the time to do the practical things. Like we have been talking about these things, but when it comes to practice, right, there's always a system. There's always a way to practice. Now, when people are doing practicing Buddhanusati Bhavana, one might start just by recollecting all the qualities. So let's say, let's take Arahant, the quality of Arahant. So there are 5 things about this quality of Arahant. So they try to analyze or try to recollect everything in their mind. So just like yesterday, just like Anapanasati, I always love to introduce a warm-up session, right? So warm-up is very good. So in this warm-up session, what we do is that we take all the 9 qualities, right? We take all the 9 qualities, and we, in a way, we kind of chant it, right? We say those things out loud, right? So in Pali or in Sinhalese, we call Sajjayana, right? You recite it with your voice, right? Not with just mind. Now, why we say that? Sometimes when you just give all the responsibilities to your mind, the mind doesn't want to stay at one place, right? It usually loves to wander around. So if you give your full responsibility with your meditation towards your mind, now it will not be it will not like to stay at one place. It will like to wander. Like some might start to think like Arahang, Samma Sambuddha, but your mind will go somewhere. Definitely it goes away, right? So what we do is, before that, as a warm-up session or as a prerequisite, we try to focus on these 9 qualities by reciting them, right? Let's say like chanting them, reciting them, right? So the 9 qualities, as we said, the 9 qualities are Arahang, Samma Sambuddho, Vijjachana Sampanno, Sugato, Lokavidu, Anuttara Purusamasarthi, Sattadeva Manusanam, Buddho, Bhagava. Those are the 9 qualities, right? And when we practice, right? When we practice, we have to recite those 9 qualities first. Because, like I said, let's say when we are doing a normal chanting, maybe a Pirit chanting, right? Pirit. Or let's say we are doing Vandana, right? We don't have any kind of patience, right? We don't have any kind of patience, even though when we are reciting the qualities of the Buddha, right? This is a very tragic situation in Sri Lanka. I have seen that. What they do is that they might be keeping their hands like in this, and they just say, "Itipiso Bhagavaran Samma Sambuddho Vijjhana Sampanno Sugato Lokido Anuttara Purusamasarthi Sattadeva Manusanam Buddho Bhagava." Right? Just like a Kattadiya who is doing his mantras, right? We just chant it very, very speedy way. We are not patient enough to chant the qualities of the Buddha one by one. No, we are not practicing. We are just chanting. We are just saying some things, which just saying or just chanting will not give you enough value, will not be able to concentrate your mind. It will not generate any kind of energy, right? Because we are just, that's bad. That's not good. So, and in this point, what we are trying to do, we have like, let's say this session is ending at 11:30 Sri Lanka time. We have like 1 hour, right? Even though we like or not, this 1 hour is there. Even though we chanted very fast, but still we have 1 hour. If we become very patient, and if we chant these qualities one by one, still we have 1 hour. So there's no rush, right? There's no rush. So at the beginning, the warm-up session is about chanting these qualities of the Buddha one by one with patience. Right? Now one might think, Is that a special thing? No, it's not a special thing. But how we are doing is kind of special, because what we are doing now is practicing like this. Let's say I will show you. I'll chant and you just hear. Like what we are going to practice is we close our eyes and we chant very patiently these 9 qualities one by one, just like this. Iti piso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho vidyacharana sampanno sugato lokavidu anuttaro purisa dhammasarathi sattha deva manussanam buddho bhagava. So we are going to recite the well-known, right? Most of every Buddhist person knows this stanza, but this well-known stanza, this well-known gatha, right? We are chanting, but with patience. We take time to chant the qualities of the Buddha one by one, right? So anyone can argue like, yeah, what's the big deal? Let's see what the big deal is, because in our mind, right? In our mind, there's a weird way in our mind how it behaves, right? When we start something, we love to end it very fast, right? We don't have the patience to be at the present moment and enjoy the present moment, right? Let's say we are eating sometimes. We just start to eat and we just eat and eat and eat and eat and eat, and we want to end our meal, like we want to clear our plates, right? We just want to eat. We don't enjoy most of the time. Just like animals, right? Animals, I have seen in these documentaries, they have like documentaries on lions, all these carnivorous animals. Now I'm always looking at those animals, right? And see that when is the time they enjoy their meal? They don't enjoy their meal. They just grab a bite and swallow. Grab and swallow. Grab and swallow. They don't enjoy. They don't enjoy their meat. They just eat and eat and eat and eat. They don't do any kind of mindfully eating or nothing. That's the world of animals, right? Let's say a snake is swallowing a rat. It doesn't taste well, like they are not enjoying it. They're just swallowing because they are hungry, right? Just like that. Sometimes people do the same thing when you get a plate of food. You just eat it, right? You just eat it. You are not mindful. You are not enjoying your food, right? You just eat. So maybe the first few bites you might enjoy it. Then after that you don't enjoy. You just eat it, but you don't enjoy every other flavor. Right? You don't enjoy the flavors, you don't enjoy the texture, like nothing. Right? You just eat and eat and eat. Just like the same thing, same when we are going to do chanting or when we are doing vandana, we do the same thing. Just like a mantra. Right? Then you said, we just want to end the chanting. Right? We don't want to be with the chanting. We just want to end it. Right? Most of the time we do that. So here what we do is that we take our time. We chant the qualities of the Buddha one by one, right? And soon we are going to start, and let's see how your mind is going to react to this session, right? How your mind is going to, whether your mind is going to accept it and be with the chanting or the reciting, or does your mind want to stop these things and might think, what nonsense is this? Like, this chanting, does it help? And you just want to end. Like, sometimes I have experienced some people by saying, Bante, the way you chant is a little bit slow. Can you make it more fast? Why is that? They want to end the chanting. They want to end the reciting. they don't want to be with that, right? So let's check your mind. Let's check our mind, how we are going to react to the reciting. Okay. So I'll give you two options. I'll give you two options. If you are alone with your computer, you can recite, right? With me, your mics are turned off, right? Muted. So we can't hear you. You can hear yourself, right? But if you're sitting in a place, maybe a public place, or if someone is working with you or they are doing some work, if you feel that your reciting, your chanting will disturb other person, what you can do is close your eyes and listen to what I chant. Okay. So what I highly recommend is chant with me or recite with me. Right? That's the best thing. That's the best thing that you can do. But if you are in a public place or a place that you can recite it, just be with the chanting that I'm going to do. Right? So I will lead and you can follow. And just be with this with full patience. Just try to be with each quality at this moment, right? So we will do like 3 times, like from Arahant to Bhagava, 3 times we are going to recite, right? If somebody doesn't know this chanting, maybe there are 1 or 2 people, maybe you just listen what I'm saying. Just focus on your hearing, right? Maybe you don't understand these words, but that's fine. That's okay. But at least try to keep your mind with the with what you hear, and do not make your mind go here and there. Just try to be with it. The people who know the stanza or the gatha, recite with me. If you can't do it, just listen what I'm saying. Okay. So let's start as usual. Let's close our eyes. Let's close our eyes. Okay. So I'm going to switch off my video. Let's close our eyes. Keep a straight back. Keep your neck straight, your head straight. And let's chant the qualities of the Buddha together. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Iti piso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho Vijjacharana sampanno Sugato Lokavidu අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විඤ්ඤාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විඤ්ඤාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති භගවා. Now let's be silent and keep our eyes closed, and let's wait 1 minute without saying or chanting anything. Okay, It took like nearly 6 minutes, right? Just 6 minutes. So maybe everyone has their own experiences, and the experience might be different to each other, right? Some, they might be able to chant with me. Most of the time, right? According to our experience, most of the time, people cannot do that because they have been practicing the chanting or this reciting in a different way. Like I said, they will be chanting in a fast pace, right? They'll be chanting fastly, not like this. So there you might confuse, so you have a conflict, or it might contradict yourself, because I'm chanting like this much of level, but your chanting system is different. So sometimes you might get confused, right? So let's say many of you are doing this maybe at first time, or this is your first time, but let's say sometimes you might have experience, but altogether, let's say sometimes it might made you confused, because if your first time that you are doing like this, then you might get confused. That's totally fine, right? Now the most important thing is the 1 minute that I'm giving to you, right? So after the chanting, I'm asking you to stay 1 minute, right? So this 1 minute is very important. Why? This is the moment, or this is the 1 minute that you can do your self-evaluation, right? So let's say the self-evaluation is a very important thing in Buddhism, right? Let's say like most of the people here might have done this pinkang, right? These meritorial actions. Right? So let's say you are going for an alms giving, like a dane. Right? So you go, and you might be making some kind of curry or some kind of food, or you might be going with some pirikara, like these gifts for monks, right? You might go with something, or maybe you are organizing it, right? So when you are doing that, right, when you are giving alms, when you are offering them, and after you offer, have you ever done a self-evaluation, like how do you know that you have gained merits? How you understand, how you know? Like people say that, yes, I did this thing and I offered, and the monks are saying that you have gained merits. Yeah, I might have gained merits. Do I know? Sometimes no, most of the time I don't know. They say, the monks say that you are gaining merits. So I think I get merits. That's how we think. But how to do self-evaluation? How do you really know that you have gained merits? Right? So the word punya, right? Punya or merits. Merits is the English word. We use the Pali word as punya, or in Sinhalese we say ping. Right? So how has it described as? It says chittang punatiti punyang, right? If your mind feels joy, feels happiness because of what you did, right? In a wholesome way, right? Not with attachment, not with anger or any other thing. And this happiness is coming simply because you have given or you have done something. And it's not about what you got, right? What you get. Let's say when we get a gift or something, right? Say we are getting a gift. Now we feel joy, we feel happiness. Now that's not merit. That's not merit. It's not punya. It's not ping. Right? This is mostly that you are happy with what you got. Right? And most of the time it's kind of lobha chitta, right? You have this joy because you got something. But here it's the opposite. Your mind feels lightness, your mind feels happiness, your mind feels joy because you have given something. The more happiness you feel, then you have to know that, yes, if it says the chittam punati iti punya, if your mind is being enjoy, if you are happy, right? If your joyfulness arises in your mind, in your heart, it means that you have gathered merit, right? So every time, whatever you do, a meritorious thing, meritorious action, check whether you feel that happiness. If you don't feel that happiness, it means you have not gathered merits, right? So when we go like people don't know what we do, like people don't know what monks do. Usually monks, they, whenever you go to this alms giving, we stay like this, right? We close our eyes. But time to time, what I do is I open my eyes and check people. I check people's faces. I'm checking for people who has like delighted face, like, yes, like I have done something, a smile, right? Because they are happy because what they did was good and they are happy. You can see it from your faces most of the time. Most of the time what I see is that faces, like dull faces, right? They're like, I don't see happiness from their faces. But let's say when we go arms around, right? We go arms around, we go for Pindapate. Sometimes we find that there are little kids, very small little kids. They are with a packet of rice or some kind of food, and they're waiting the monks to come. So we are taking our bowl like this, and since they're little kids, we usually bend down and keep the alms bowl down so that they can put the any kind of food or something to the bowl, to the begging bowl, right, to the patre. And I have seen after they offer it, they are so happy. Sometimes they jump up and down because they're so happy with what they did. They're so happy. I know that this little boy or this little child, he gathered a lot of merit. He gathered a lot of punya, because why? I can see that. He's overjoyed. He's so happy. When it comes to adults, you don't have to jump up and down. It will feel ridiculous. But I have seen old people sometimes, maybe young people, after they offer, they have a very big smile in their faces. Right? There's so joy. That's joyfulness in their hearts and their mind, and I can see I can see it from their faces. Right? And that happiness, it lasts for some time. It always is there. Like they might be talking. Maybe they are talking about this today. Maybe tomorrow they'll be talking about the same thing. Like, we did this thing, right? It's so happy. Right? Now, those are the people who have gained punya or merits. If you don't feel any happiness inside your mind, at least you don't have to smile, but if your heart feels that joy, if your mind feels that happiness, that means that you have gathered merits. If you don't feel that happiness, then there's something wrong. You have not gathered any kind of merit. So there's a common question among Buddhists, right? They tell me like, Bhante, we are doing so much of these meritorious actions. We do this pinkama, we do that pinkama, we offer flowers to the Buddha, offer gilampasa to the Buddha, and we give dane for the monks, but our lives are so miserable. That's a common complaint. I would use that word, common complaint that people are making. They say that we have done these things, but why we are still suffering? We don't get what we like. We don't get our wishes don't come true. Like, why? The answer is, you have not gathered merit. Yes, you have done something. You might have given something, but your mind is not happy about it. You can self-evaluate on this, right? You can do your own evaluation. Maybe before the pinkama, before it, if you feel that happiness inside you, like, yes, today is the dane, I'm so happy for that. You have already gathered a lot of merit because your mind feels that happiness, that joy. When you are doing the pinkama, when you are doing the meritorious action, if your mind and your heart is feeling that joy, it means that you have gathered a lot of merit, because that happiness is your merit. And after the meritorious action, after the pinkama, still if you feel that happiness, still the joyness is there, you are gathering a lot of merit. You can do your self-evaluation. You can do your self-evaluation. If you don't feel that happiness, you have not gathered your merits or your pink. Right? So sometimes when I go to some of these meritorious these actions or these pinkang, when I see the environment, I see it's not clean, it's dirty, and people they don't have any discipline, right? I get upset. I get upset. My mind is not happy with what's going on. So I'm disappointed. But again, I'm thinking, no. You shouldn't be disappointed with what you see. If I came here, this is a place that is, this meritorious action is happening. I'm trying to find one positive thing, right? Maybe people are giving, let's say, dane or something. I find that it as a good thing, and I feel, and I generate my happiness, maybe by force, but there's no choice, because I can't be angry to that thing and gather unwholesome things, right? I don't want to gather sin. I came here to gather some merits, not to gather sin. So I don't want to gather these negative things. I always try to find the positive things. Even though it's a negative environment, things are not going with what we believe or what we value, I try my best to find a positive thing. If I don't find any positive thing, but in a meritorious action, you can find something. You can find many things, right? At least the Buddha Puja is there, right? So I try to be happy, and I just say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. I'm happy about that. Even though in the most negative place, I try to be happy, because that is the place that I gather these merits, right? So your happiness, without any gain, without any material gain, right? That's called niramisa satuta, right? You don't have any material things. You are not gaining any material things, but you are giving something. And with that action, if you get this happiness, then you have got merit. Then you have gathered punya. Right? So that's a self-evaluation that you can do when you are doing these maybe programs, maybe meditation, maybe vandana, maybe in a chanting place, maybe in a dane, right? Any place. If people are doing some kind of meritorious thing, try to check your mind. How do I feel? Am I happy? Am I happy? Or am I sad? Or am I in a neutral position? If you feel sad or unhappy or angry, you are not gathering merits. You are gathering sin, right? Unwholesome thoughts. If your mind is neutral, again, you are not gathering any kind of merits or ping. You're just neutral, right? They don't have much power. But if you are feeling joy and happiness, right? If you are feeling joy and happiness, then you are gathering a lot of merit, because that happiness is your wealth. That happiness is your ping or your merit. Okay? So do the self-evaluation at all times. Now let's come to this chanting. Let's come to this reciting. So after you did this chanting, when I ask you to stay 1 minute, what did you feel? Did you feel happy? Did you feel anger? Or were you neutral? Right? So you can understand whether the chanting has done in a good way, or have you disturbed your mind with some kind of thought, right? So this 1 minute, like I said, this 1 minute is the time that you evaluate yourself. So keep your mind in, right? Buddhism, mostly it based on self-evaluation, because you're doing your meditation, you're doing your Dhamma discussion or Dhamma preaching, hearing of Dhamma, and you have to evaluate yourself. Have I got something out of this? Did I learn something new? Have I grasped any kind of teaching? You have to do the self-evaluation. Let's say you have done your meditation and you have gained higher levels of concentration or higher levels of wisdoms. Sometimes there is no teacher to ask your questions, right? If there's a teacher, you can ask and get information, but when you don't have, you have to compare what you felt with the Dhamma, and you have to do the self-evaluation, right? You have to do the self-evaluation. So every time in your life, do your self-evaluation. Am I a good person? Am I doing my things according to the Dhamma? Have I done? What happened today? Did I do the right thing? Or have I done any wrong things? Do your self-evaluation. So the Buddha says the Dhamma is just like a mirror, right? You have to see it, and you have to see your reflection from the Dhamma. Right? What you do in a mirror is you check, you keep it in front of you and check the beauty, or is there anything wrong with my face, right? Sometimes you check for the beauty, right? My eyes are good, my hair is good, you check your beauty. In the other hand, again, you are checking whether is there something on my head, is the hairstyle is good, my eyes are good, everything is good, like that. You are checking yourself, right? So you are evaluating yourself with the mirror. With the mirror. So you first check yourself from the mirror, and maybe later on you go and ask someone, do I look okay? But before asking that, you always check your mirror, right? So when you are looking at your mirror, you are doing the self-evaluation. Dhamma is just like a mirror. Do your self-evaluation first. Do you feel happy when you are doing these meritorious action? Then you have gathered ping or merits. When we are doing this chanting or meditation, do I feel happy? Or am I disappointed? Or do I feel anger? Do I feel neutral? Or do I feel like disgust about this meditation? If you feel disgust or you get angry, things are not going in a good way, right? Either you have to find something to be happy, or if not, it's better that you turn off everything and leave, because you don't have to bother your mind. Okay? You don't have to bother your mind. So in these chantings too, when we are chanting or when we are reciting the 9 qualities of the Buddha, if your mind agrees with what you hear or what you chant, then your mind starts to feel the joyfulness, feel the happiness. Okay? After your meditation, do you feel that happiness? That's how you evaluate. Right? So there's this amazing thing, right? So I have seen people giving dana or giving these, they offer these things and they get happy. Sometimes they do the chanting and they are so happy. Sometimes they do the meditation that they're so happy. But when it comes to these sil days, like Poya days, you observe sil, your precepts, 8 precepts. I don't see anyone feeling happy about after they received, or if they, when they observe this hill, I don't feel anyone is happy. Their faces are the same. Like, they're not a joy, like, yes, I got 8 precepts today, right? So it's a good thing. I'm getting a lot of merits. I'm doing something, and this helps to develop my concentration and my wisdom. So I'm so happy today. I see only few people in my life, right? In my lifetime. I'm 40 years old and I have become being a monk for 20 years. I have seen 1 or 2 people that are so excited in that day that they have observed these 8 precepts. Most of the people, they're in a neutral way. And their sila is not powerful enough. Why? They have not gathered the merits that they are getting from the sila, they have not gathered it. Right? So whatever you do, if you are doing a wholesome thing, be happy. If you don't feel that happiness, remember what the Buddha has told you. Remember the Buddha, what the Buddha has taught you. Remember the Dhamma. Giving something to someone, a suitable thing, maybe food or something, is a good thing. So I did a good thing today. And this good deed, what I did, was approved by the Buddha, was being appreciated by the Buddha. So I did a good thing, and that person gets some kind of food, and he'll be happy. His stomach will be filled with food, and he will have a good time. When you consider those things, then the happiness arises. You have to get that happiness. Whatever you do, you have to get that happiness. If not, you are doing some, I don't say useless, but you are not gaining the best out of it. So Buddhism is all about getting the best out of it, right? Unlike other religions or other philosophies, Buddhism is all about taking the best, getting the best, right? So if somebody has come across the Mahapurusha Vitarka, right? There are 8 great thoughts about Buddhism, right? So there is a Panyavato Bhikkave Ayandammo Nayandammo Duppanyas. This Dhamma, this teaching are for the wise people, not for the foolish people, right? So that's just like that. You have to get the best out of it. So Buddhism is for the best people, right? Therefore, the courageous people. Buddhism is for courageous people, for wise people, people who have patience, people who have all the good qualities. So Buddhism is only for them. Like, they can get the best out of it. So Buddhism is always going towards get the best out of it. Why I'm saying? The Buddha says, right? You have gained a human body. You are being born as a human. It's one of the great achievements. Get the best out of it. Do your meditation. It's easy. In the human realm, it's very easy to reach Nibbana because you see all the suffering. Right? Just like that, Buddhism is about getting the best, not the least, or not the leftovers. No. Buddhism is getting the best out of things. So whenever you are doing any kind of meritorious action, either it be dana, sila, bhavana, anything, get the best out of it. Be happy. If you don't feel happiness, remember what the Buddha says, and generate that happiness inside you. Maybe you might have to a little bit force, but that's okay. Rather than being anger or hatred or neutral, it's always good to be happy. So you have to generate that happiness, right? So even this meditation, even this chanting or reciting, I'm giving you 1 minute to do your self-evaluation. Do you feel happy or are you neutral? or are you being like, do you feel unhappy? Check yourself. Right? Check yourself. Okay, so now we'll do this time. Let's chant for like 10 minutes. Why not? Right? Let's chant for 10 minutes. So you can chant with me if you like, if you can. If you don't feel that you can't, if you don't feel that, no, I can't chant, listen. Listen and be with that present moment. Right? I hope you understood, right? Mr. Ananda, Mr. What? Do you have any questions?
Yes, Swaminathan. No, that's fine.
Yeah, I think something I found was that chanting is different from listening in a sense, because I realized that I had to regulate my breathing to chant. It was difficult to do this long one, so you had to know when to breathe. So that took a lot of it was difficult for mind to wander, because you had to think about when to breathe.
Okay. Let's
Yeah.
practice. Practice makes you perfect. Okay. So shall we start again?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay. So let's sit properly. Let's sit. Let's close our eyes. Hands on your lap. Keep your back and your neck and your head straight. And let's start to chant. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Iti piso bhagava arahang Samma sambuddho Vidya charana sampanno Sugato Lokavidu Anuttaro Purisa Dhammasarathi Sattha Deva Manusanang Buddho Bhagava Arahang Samma Sambuddho Vidya charana sampanno Sugato Lokavidu අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විඤ්ඤාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විඤ්ඤාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විඤ්ඤාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ Arahang Samma Sambuddho Vijjacharana Sampanno Sugato Lokavidhu Anuttaro Purisa Dhammasarathi Sattha Deva Manussanang Buddho Bhagava Arahang Samma Sambuddho Vijjacharana Sampanno Sugato Lokavidhu Anuttaro Purisa Dhammasarathi Sattha Deva Manussanang Buddho Bhagava. Now let's say for 1 minute of silence. Okay, I hope that you all did the chanting, and Mr. Ananda, I think it's now the time for the break. So I think everyone can have 15 minutes of break, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir. So we'll have a 15 minutes break and we'll come back at 10:15 local time. Another about 14 minutes time.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah. Okay. Teran Sannai.
Okay, everyone. We are back after the break. Thank you so much for be with us today again. And I invite Venerable Bante, Dr. Subhavi to conduct the next part of the program. Avasara Swaminathan, sir. Thiruvan Sarnai.
Right. Teran Sannai. Teran Sannai to everyone. So last 15 minutes ago, we did some chanting. We recited the 9 qualities of the Buddha. And like I said, I hope that you have done your self-evaluation, whether you were with the chanting, or did your mind get settled with that chanting or this recite, or whether you were being disturbed by it. So you have to do the judgment. Like I can't ask each and everyone to ask you what did you feel. I can't do that in this program. So you have to do your evaluation. Like I said, you have to do your evaluation by yourself. Right? So we'll be practicing a few times, 1 or 2 times. But when we are chanting this, when we are doing the reciting, right? A normal question might arise that, yeah, there are these 9 qualities and we are chanting them, we are saying out loud, but we don't know the meaning of that. So what is the meaning of that? Right? If somebody get that question, great. You have you have kept 1 foot further, you're 1 step ahead. Why? Maybe all of this life, you might have chanted this or you recited, but you have never questioned yourself. Like, what is the meaning of those 9 words? I don't know, right? So if you get that question, I say that's very positive question. Why? Now we are trying to analyze. Now we are trying to figure it out. What are the meaning of these 9 qualities, right? So explaining these 9 qualities, no way, I can't do it like within 5 minutes. No way. Because I think I told you, like, if a Buddha he started to tell about the qualities of the Buddha, his life will be ending, but not the qualities of the Buddha. So even these days there are monks, even in the history there were monks who were explaining these qualities of the Buddha for the whole night, but still they have not been able. Nobody can do that. Okay? They can't fulfill it. Even these days, in the present days, there are monks that throughout the night they do the Dhamma sermons throughout the night, explaining the qualities of the Buddha, but it's endless. So it's not easy, but I will give you very brief, very, very, very brief, right? So it's just like summarize, and that summary you summarize, and that summary you summarize. That kind of shortened explanation I can give you. So you have 9 qualities: Arahang, Samma Sambuddho, Vijjachana Sampanno, Sugato, Lokavidu, Anuttaro Purusadhamma Sarthi, Sattadeva Manusanang, Buddho, Bhagava. Right? So let's go with the first one. Right? The first quality is Arahang. Right? So Arahang has like 5 meanings, but the brief meaning is the Buddha has eradicated all of his defilements. Right? So that's Arahang. Right? You don't have any defilements inside you. And the word Arahang is talking about that you are eligible of receiving any material things or your practices as an offering. Right? So in Sinhalese it says Amisa Puja, Pratipatti Puja, Sudusuhin, that you are eligible, right? That you are suitable to get the respect and to get anything from anyone because you have this quality of Arahant. But the main thing is the Buddha has no defilements at all, nothing. So that is the brief, very brief meaning of Arahant. No defilements, right? Arahant. Right? And then we have the Samma Sambuddha. So Samma Sambuddha means, so you have like, one might get a question like you have Samma Sambuddha at first, and at the end again you find Buddha. So what is the meaning? What is the difference? Right? So Samma Sambuddha, Buddha means awakened, or the person who realized, right? Who got the wisdom, realized, understood. That is Buddha, awakened, right? So Samma Sambuddha means you have realized or you have awakened yourself by yourself, right? With no one to guide you, and the Buddha has understood those things or realized those things, realized the 4 noble truths by himself. Now this is not an easy quality, because in our lives we always want some kind of teacher to understand things, right? So that teacher has to have another teacher, that has to have another teacher, like that. It evolves, right? So the teacher might know something, then maybe the student knows much more better than that. Maybe the other student might know much more better than that. That's how it goes. But for a Buddha, he's Samma Sambuddha, he has realized the 4 noble truths by himself, and there's no one, or you can't find anyone that has the ability to say that the Buddha, that you didn't realize this thing, right? You missed this thing. You can't say that, because he has understood it. He has realized it at the 100% level. We can't add anything or we can't reduce anything, because his understanding is perfect. And along with that, he has done it by himself. So that's Samma Sambuddha. You have realized the 4 noble truths by himself. And in that quality, like in Arahant quality, there are 5 sub-qualities. And in Samma Sambuddha, you have 6 sub-qualities, right? So then you have the Vijja Charana Sampanna. Right? Vijja Charana. Right? Charana is, you can translate as behaviors. Vijja means your wisdom. So Buddha has this amazing quality that he always behaved. He has these amazing behaviorances, his amazing wisdoms, right? And he behaved in a way that is how he understood. He acted according to that, right? So he's acting, or his day-to-day work or anything, his knowledge and anything, he's not acting, right? He's not acting like he hasn't understood anything, but he's trying to show people that, yeah, I have understood those things. He's not acting like that. He's not playing a drama. What he have understood, he did exactly what he has understood, right? He didn't made false understanding or false behaviorances. So his behaviorance are equal to his understanding. So that's Vijjacharana Sampanna in a brief way, right? So he has his wisdoms, his behaviorance, and everything, how he behaved and how his qualities are there, because he has understood them really well. So that's Vijjacharana Sampanna. Under Vijjacharana Sampanna, there are 23 subtopics, or categorized as 23. So then you have the Sugato. So Gato means walked, or have like a journey, right? Gato. Gata means walking, you can say that. So Su means at his very best, right? So his pathway is very clear, right? Under Sugato, you have 5 subtopics, but the Sugato is mostly that he has understood, or he has walked his journey towards the Nibbana. Right? That's Sugato. He has gone already. He went in the direction of the Nibbana and he achieved it. We have not done that. And his qualities and his how do you say, his all his his pathway is so clear that he has gone in the path of Nibbana, and he has reached to the Nibbana. So that's Sugato. Now then you have Lokavidu. Loka means world or universe, we can say, universe or world or realms, different realms, right? So Vidu means that he knows, so he has understood, he has realized. So Lokavidu means that the Buddha knows about every realm, right? Every realm in this universe, he knows everything about that. He knows about the world of the beings who are living. There are different levels, there are different realms, like 31 realms there are that the beings are being born. So he knows about that. And then he knows all about the cosmos, about galaxies, about planets and everything. He knows, he has understood about those things. And he has understood about all the mental factors, right? The mind, the world of the mind, he has understood everything. So that's Lokavidu. He has understood all worlds, universe, including the mind. Then you have Anuttaro Purisa Dhammasarthi. So Anuttaro means supreme, right? Supreme. Purisa Dhammasarthi. Purisa Dhamma means he has this amazing talent of taming people, right? Taming. Why taming? Let's take us, like for an example. If it wasn't for Buddhism, and if it wasn't for these teachings, I don't know how we are going to behave. Like we all might behave like animals, and furthermore, worse than that. Because of the Buddha and his teachings, now we have cleared our path and we are walking on that path. So the Buddha has this amazing ability to tame people, to teach people and tame them so that they too can walk on this noble path. Right? So he is the ultimate taming person. Right? He has a great power to tame people. Right? Not, I won't say control. Right? It's not controlling, it's taming. Right? You're just taming people. So that's Anuttara Purisa Dhammasarthi. Right? Then you have Satta Deva Manussanam. Deva Manussanam means gods. Manussanam means people. Satta means teacher. He's the teacher to humans and gods and every beings. He is the greatest teacher. So that's Satta Deva Manussanam. Satta Deva Manussanam, the greatest teacher. Then you have Buddha. Now we were talking about Samma Sambuddha. So Samma Sambuddha means that he has understood those Four Noble Truths by himself. Buddha means he have awakened, he have realized, he have understood these Four Noble Truths, plus he has the greatest ability to teach, right, to other people about these Four Noble Truths. He has the ability not only to teach, like he has the ability to realize it to others. Right? It's not just teaching; it's more than teaching. He has an amazing ability to realize to others about the Four Noble Truths. So that's Buddha. And Bhagava means the fortunate one. Bhagava means fortunate. Bhagava, Bhagya we say, fortunate. He was fortunate enough to gain a lot of merits. He was fortunate enough to get a massive amount, like the biggest or the ultimate wisdom. He was fortunate enough to get it. He has the power of his mind, and even in his body he has these amazing powers. He was fortunate enough. And he has all these supernatural powers. He was fortunate enough. And he has eradicated all the raga, dvesha and moha by himself. So he is the fortunate one. So fortunate one, Bhagava is the fortunate one. Okay? So these are the brief, or I mean, I don't like to say that is I have explained those things. These are brief. Brief means like the ultimate briefing of these qualities. Like usually when I teach Buddha Anusati Bhavana, it takes me like 6 months to complete, 5 to 6 months, because I usually explain every details of these things, and then to do the meditation and try to understand how the Buddha, how he behaved, how his mind worked. It's not easy. It's not, I mean, you can't understand it 100%, but at least 0.001% we can just have a small fragment of understanding of that. Right? So these are the 9 qualities of the Buddha. Right? So that's a very brief thing. So it's not easy to teach you everything here, but get a brief understanding. And in this chanting, what we are expecting, or what we are trying to do, is that to get a little bit of concentration through these chantings. Now, when you try to say Arahang, Samma Sambuddho, like the mind is going to wander around. So we are trying to concentrate on the sound and to be familiar with these words, with these qualities. Now, like I said, if somebody gets a question, what does this word means? It means you have started this meditation, and you have gone one step ahead. So congratulations. So at first we are trying to gain some concentration, to be familiar with these words, and then after that we are going to analyze and explain these qualities. But we can't do it in 2-4 hours, right? Like I said, it takes months and months. So what we are doing as beginners, right? So this platform, I think I was invited for this just to give you some introduction about meditation, that you can do meditation, you can do those things, right? So this is just a basic normal practice, a very basic brief teachings on this meditation, right? So I think Yeah, let's again do this, and I will teach you only another one step, right? Only one step we can practice, and maybe I will teach you the third level, right? So we are doing the first level, then I am going to explain the second level, and we'll try to practice it, and after that I'll try to teach you, if I have time, I will teach you the third level or the third step. Okay, so before going to the second step, let's do it again. Let's do the chanting, but this time it's only like 5 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes. Okay, so again we'll do the chanting just for 5 minutes, and we'll stay for 1 minute. Then of course we'll go to the next step. Okay, so everyone, keep your eyes closed, keep your back straight, your neck straight, and your head straight, and let's start the chanting. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Iti piso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho Vidyacharana sampanno Sugato Lokavidu Anuttaro Purisa Dhammasarathi Sattha Deva Manusanam Buddho Bhagava Arahang Samma Sambuddho Vidyacharana sampanno Sugato Lokavidu Anuttaro Purisa Dhammasarathi Sattha Deva Manusanam Buddho Bhagava Arahang Samma Viñjācarana sampanno Sugato Lokavidu Anuttaro Purisa Dhammasarathi Sattha Deva Manusanang Buddho Bhagavan. Let's practice a little bit of silence for 1 minute. Okay, we have practiced it, and I hope that you, after the chanting, during the 1 minute, you can see some kind of difference. I don't know whether it is possible, it is positive or negative, but you can see something. You can see something by yourself, right? So I don't have the time to ask each and every one, but you can judge yourself. You can do your self-evaluation. Now the second step. It's a little bit tricky, I can say. What are we going to do now is, now we know how to go from Arahang up until Bhagava, right? So it's from start to end, right? Arahang Samma Sambuddho, like that. We are going from start to end. Now the second step is a little bit, I don't say difficult, but it's quite challenging. Why? Now we are going backwards. So it was from Arahant to Bhagava. Now we are practicing from Bhagava to Arahant. Now, the first step, it's easy. If you know the Itipiso Gata, you are familiar, you are comfortable, right? So the first step is about being comfortable with that. Yeah, being okay, you can do it, fine. A little bit of time, yes, but still you are comfortable. For there, we only think about the tranquility. But the next step, you have to have a lot of mindfulness. You have to develop a lot of mindfulness, because we are going backwards. We are practicing backwards. Now, that's a kind of challenging thing, because we have not done that. Now you have to pay more attention to this 9 qualities, right? Be more attention. Now you have to like rethink about what you know and what you have practiced. Like, yes, we have practiced from start to end, from Arahant to Bhagava. Now it's quite challenging. Now we have to practice from Bhagava to Arahant. Right? So it goes like, let's say, let's be fair, right? So we'll start from Arahant. So we are going from Arahang, Samma Sambuddho, Vijjachana Sampanno, Sugato Lokavidu, Anuttara Purusdhammasarthi, Satthadev Manusana, Buddho, Bhagava. Then we'll go backwards, like Bhagava, Buddho, Satthadev Manusana, Anuttara Purusdhammasarthi, Lokavidu, Sugato, Vijjachana Sampanno, Samma Sambuddho, Arahant. This could be quite, like I said, tricky, challenging. Some might lose your calmness because you are trying to guess, right? You are trying to think like, what's next? What's next? Well, like, what's after Buddha? What's after Buddha? Is it Anuttara Purusdhammasarthi or what? Like, you might feel a little bit confused. I mean, I'm not doing it on purposely, but since we are practicing, since we have to have a lot of mindfulness, right? We have to practice this step. We have to practice. It's a challenge. Don't take it as a difficult thing. Let's take it as a challenge. Okay. So so let's just practice a little bit, like when like eyes open, we are just sitting like this. Let's try to practice a little bit. So we know from Arahant to Bhagava. So now it's backwards, like Bhagava, Buddho, Satthadev Manusanam, Anuttara Purusdhammasarthi, Lokavidu, Sugato, Vijjachana Sampanno, Samma Sambuddho, Arahant. Right? So this might be difficult because we have not practiced. Let's practice and try to find out whether we can do it or not. Okay. So
can I ask a question? So,
yeah.
like, even though, like, like Srinivasa said that we have been telling HBSO for our lifetime, but we don't even break at the correct place. So we don't even know exactly where. Like sometimes we may count to 11 instead of 9 because we don't break it up. So I was wondering whether we could do like a 3 words at first and then go to like a 9, like instead of starting with a 9 directly, going backward.
Oh. No, I mean, usually it's at the first stages you might feel difficult, but when you do 1 or 2 times, you feel that it's quite easy, or it's very easy, just like going from first to the, like, from Arahant to Bhagava. When you practice a little bit, it's not that much difficult because the words are the same. The words are the same. It's not, no word is changed. But now we can do. Let's try. Let's try. Let's try. Okay. So we'll start. So we'll do 3 times, right? Like 3 times mean 1 time from beginning to end, and from end to beginning. That's 1. Again from beginning to end, end to beginning. 2. Again from starting from Arahant to Bhagava, then Bhagava to Arahant. Okay. Let's do it for 3 times. Okay. Let's take the challenge. Let's sit properly. Close our eyes. And let's be so mindfulness with what we are chanting. And now let's try to memorize. Let's try to be so mindful that we can easily remember the next steps. Okay, let's start. Iti piso bhagava අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විඤ්ඤාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවා බුද්ධෝ සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති ලෝකවිදු සුගතෝ විඤ්ඤාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ අරහං අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විඤ්ඤාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවා බුද්ධෝ සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති ලෝකවිදු සුගතෝ විඤ්ඤාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ අරහං අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විඤ්ඤාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරථි සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ බුද්ධෝ සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරථි ලෝකවිදු සුගතෝ විඤ්ඤාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ අරහං Let's stay for 1 minute of silence. Okay, so I hope that you practiced it, and like I don't know what happened. What did you feel at the last minute? what's going in your mind, but this is the warm-upping session, or this is the steps towards the Buddha Anusati. Now, the Buddha Anusati is actually a few steps ahead, real Buddha Anusati, but if we don't have the patience, if we don't have the concentration at these beginning levels, at these beginner levels, then it's difficult to go to the deeper levels of concentration with any kind of meditation. So actually, the Buddha Anusati meditation is the first meditation that I should have been introduced to. Like yesterday, I should have done Buddha Anusati, and maybe today I have done Anapanasati, but I changed it because purposely, because if I started with this, then the first day will be sometimes it could be having a little bit of confusion. So that's why I put the Anapanasati at the first day, second day as Buddha Anusati. So these, I mean, even in yesterday, these are some warm-upping sessions, warm-up sessions. These are some entry levels, right? The beginners levels, to gain at least a little bit of concentration using small methods. Now, the deep meditations are far more ahead. But the thing is that maybe in our lives, we have tried to do meditation with those higher levels, but most of the time we have been failed. Now, when I'm teaching, I have seen this for a long time. That's why with the guidance of our teachers, we are teaching in this way to get a basic concentration. So these two, like yesterday we did the deep breathing. Now you can do it, like there's no need of heavy instructions. You can do it before you go to bed, just after you wake up, even during the daytime when you feel down or when you feel lazy, when you can't do a thing, you can do the deep breathing and get some energy, gain some energy, and do the work at least, and get some concentration. And with that, you can go to the Anapanasati. Now, this exercise is the same. If you have the patience to recite these qualities of the Buddha from Arahant to Bhagava, right, in a way that makes the mind calm, not in a hurry. And if you have the mindfulness, if you have the practice that you can go backwards from Bhagava to Arahant, you have to, then your mindfulness, your concentration levels go higher and higher. Yeah. So if you have that ability, then we can maybe introduce you more, but these 2 days are small 2 days. We can't teach everything. Like I said, it takes months and months to practice those things. I mean, usually I practice this from beginning to end, like from Arahant to Bhagava for 1 week. Then the next week I usually teach the other way from Bhagava to Arahant, how to do that. And I usually take like 2 hours for that, and we practice regularly. That's how I usually teach. It takes months. But here, just an introduction. I mean, the third level is much more difficult. Like the third level goes like, you say one Buddha, quality of the Buddha. That's the first step. And second step, what you are going to do is you add the next one. Third one, add the third one. Like it goes like, if I chant, it goes like Arahang, Arahang Samma Sambuddho, Arahang Samma Sambuddho, Vijjacharana Sampanno, Arahang Samma Sambuddho, Vijjacharana Sampanno, Sugato. Like that it grows. Now that's not easy task, because you have to know where to stop, and then you have to know the next step, what you should be ending, right? So when you're coming to this level, you have to have a very good mindfulness, right? Your mindfulness should be very sharp to remember where to stop and what's next to add. So this takes like weeks and weeks of practice. If not, you will be just confused. Like then you will give up the meditation. Like we can't do that. But those are the steps. And after you practice that, after you have no hesitation, you don't have any kind of let's say contradictions with this meditation, you don't have any confusions, you are so good at this chanting and these systems, then you are eligible to do the Buddhanussati meditation with details. If not, you are just practicing some words, you don't have any kind of concentration, you just like the Sri Lankan people when they are doing metta meditation, right? So metta meditation needs, like, it takes like 6 months to practice. But what we do, we say mama vaira නැත්තෙක් වෙම්වා, තරහ නැත්තෙක් වෙම්වා, දුක් පීඩා නැත්තෙක් වෙම්වා, සුවපත් වෙත්වා, සීල සත්‍යෝ සුවපත් වෙත්වා. You are just chanting, you are not developing anything. It's a development, it should be developed. With each and every stanza, you have to develop it one by one. And you have to generate that energy, you have to generate the loving kindness and spread it. So it's a long process. Meditation is not a thing that you can do within like 1 or 2 days. It takes time. Yeah. So I think now it's a time to wrap up. We have to finish the program by now. So if you are interested in this meditation, if you think that, yes, I should do, it's better that you start from Buddhanussati, chant from Arahant to Bhagava, Bhagava to Arahant for like 4 times or 5 times. Then you can do the deep breathing, and then you can go to Anapanasati. So altogether, this will take like 15 minutes. So 15 minutes per day, maybe 2 times per day, from morning, evening. This will be a great start to walk on the journey of meditation. So with that, I will finish my teachings, and I hope and I wish you to have a great life with the Dhamma, and may all of you be happy, healthy, and may you all realize or reach Nibbana as soon as possible. This whole program was conducted because of the founders day. So
Ananda, actually,
yes.
we have another Q&A session. I know.
Oh yes, we have, right?
Yeah.
We have like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, another 10-15 minutes. Yes.
Yeah.
Would you like to? Shall we start that one then?
Sure. Why not?
Oh.
Because in my mind, 12:30, I'm saying that was in my mind. Any questions? Yes.
Krishanta.
There's I think Krishanta. I am going to unmute. And now you can mute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you, Bhante, for your teaching. I very appreciate it. You mentioned something about when you are giving something that you feel happy.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe if I give something to somebody, that person is happy and that makes me happy. But is the intentions and the expectations, do they play a part in giving?
Well, I mean, so what is usually expectation when you are giving something? What's the basic expectation?
You don't expect anything. You just give it.
But don't you like to be happy with that? I mean, we are not expecting something from that person, right? We are not expecting anything from that person. They might thank you or they might not thank you. We are not expecting anything from them. We are making happy ourselves, right? It's not that we should we give something and no, I don't want to be happy. Then that's useless. I give because that person needs the one thing that is needed, like he needs it. And when he gets that, I can be happy, like, yeah, I did a good thing, right? So we all try to find the happiness. Even the merit, we have to have it, right? The merit or the punya, that is the energy that drives throughout our entire whole samsara journey. These energies, you should gather those things, because you have to go, like there's a journey towards Nibbana, but until that, who knows? Nobody knows when we are going to reach Nibbana. Until that, you have to have some kind of energy to be in the Sugati. Sugati means not to go on into hell, right? But to be at least in the human realm and with the God, maybe, if you like. But you have to have that energy, that punya. If not, you will be suffer a lot, right? It's just like, let's say, I don't like to use these words, but this is one simile that you can have. Let's take money. People say that, yeah, money is evil and other stuff, but without money, how can you survive, right? You have to have some earnings, right? So when you are going on a journey, let's say you have nothing, you have not gathered anything, you can't go that journey, right? Nobody's going to take you, right? Nobody's going to take you. Even for monks like us, we don't carry money, but there should be people who provides the other things. So for us, we need these providing. So we have to have that. So just like that, especially when lay people, normal people travel, you have to have some money when you are traveling, right? When you are going somewhere, because there are things that you have to spend. If you have a lot of money, your journey is very easy to go. Very easy to go. You take a good plane, maybe go in the business class with calm and quietness. You eat and you get a good rest. Your journey is very easy. But if you go to the economy class, it's crowded. The seats are not good. The food is not great. The entertainment system is not good as in the business class or first class. But you will go somehow. Let's say you don't have money. You can't go. You can't travel. Right? You will ended up somewhere else that maybe ended up in nowhere. Right? So just like you need the money for a journey, for our samsara journey, for this life, and to until we reach Nibbana, who knows how many lives that we have to go through. For that we need this punya, we need these wholesome acts, we need those meritorial actions. So to gather these things, it's just simple. Just be happy. We are not expecting from the other person to be happy. Maybe he will throw the thing back to our face. Sometimes that has happened. Sometimes they will shout at you. Sometimes they will scold you. Sometimes they will ask, this is not valuable. What are you giving? Like they will say bad things about you. But if you give, if you feel happy, that's the only thing. We are not expecting anything from them, but we are generating our happiness from our side. Because life is all about happiness, calmness in this life and even next life. We don't like to suffer. If we don't like to suffer, then we have to be happy or calm. So to gain those levels, to achieve those levels, we have to gather the punya energy. So we don't expect from anyone, but we are happy with our work. So I hope you got the answer.
I had a clarification or follow-up question there. So when we say that we are happy, and then there's another one, we say we are content. So is that contentment is not enough? You have to be happy?
Yes. In order to get the lot of energy with the punya, just the amount of level of happiness will decide how much punya that you get. Right? Content means that, okay, we are done, like, okay, fine, I'm happy with what. No, the more that you get your happiness, the more you earn punya. I'm saying that the punya is a very important thing. Maybe that's why it says the gods are very particular. They are very keen with their punya, right? That's why they will do anything to get punya, because they know the importance of that. Why the punya is important? Not to go to hell, right? Avoiding the hell, going into human realms or other higher levels. Even on those levels, the most important results of the punya is having kalyana mitras. Without kalyana mitra, life is a mess. Now, don't think just kalyana mitra is not just your friends. Let's say your mom and dad are not good people. What happens? Your life is a misery, right? It's a miserable life. If your siblings are bad, they are not kalyana mitras. They are very bad. If your teachers, they don't teach you, they teach you bad things. That's very bad. And the people around you, your relatives, your friends, everyone are not kalyana mitra, then your life is destroyed. So the most important thing about punya is you get kalyana mitras. And you have to get what? A very healthy body. If you are born with illnesses, diseases, you can't meditate, right? You can't. Guaranteed. That was guaranteed by the Buddha, right? If you're born with, let's say you don't have hand, legs, and you are just disabled, you can't do meditation. You can't reach Nibbana. To have a filled body, a good body, a healthy body with healthy lifestyle, that's the thing those are the basic things that for a good meditation, to get good Dhamma, to reach Nibbana. So to all those things, you should have the punya. It's not the punya that you're using your punya, right, to get worldly things, worldly pleasure. Of course you can get, but as Buddhists, we are trying to focus more on Nibbana, right? So the punya should be there. If not, it's difficult, so difficult to go to Nibbana. You have to suffer a lot. Very difficult. But if there's a smoother way, why don't you go it? If there's a good path, less obstacles, why don't you choose that path?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I agree that the punya is needed, and for the path, and then having the good health and the kalyana mitra, all those things. So I think that my question is a little more finer question. Maybe we can is that my experience is that wishing for something leads to suffering, because we are looking for a result. And the way I feel is that we can only have the, what do you call, the hetu, or the thing, what, like we can study, but we cannot wish for to pass the exam. So that, let it happen. And when you start wishing something, you are going into trouble. But if you always collect the things to go forward, like studying for the exam, you work hard, but wishing for something always go into the problem. So I was worried that if we wish happiness, we may go into trouble. But we will be happy, I know. But that's a final point, I was.
Yeah, the wishing part, it's in Buddhism, like it's the wish is, it's not the correct word. We drive our, like we aim our punya to certain things. It's not just wishing. It's a determination that let's say the Asu Mahasravakas, right? They did punya, right? And they have focused their whole punya to a certain level, right? So wishing is just, okay, may I get these things, no, it's not like.
Yeah.
With this punya, I will get this so that I can deliver the Dhamma, I can reach Nibbana, and you just Like you have water, right? Let's say you have water. If you don't direct that water towards a paddy field, the paddy will die. Right? So you have to direct it. Even though you have lots of water, if you don't direct it to the right place, then there's no use of the water. Just like that, your punya should be directed in the correct way. If not, let's say your water is directed to a swimming pool. People just come and bath and the water is not used in a proper way. Right? So that's stupid kind of vicious, right? So some people, they do dana and say, may I be beautiful. That's stupid. Right? Then you get more in, then those things are very troublesome. That's stupidity. But if you direct your punya towards the nibbana and all the prerequisites, the requisites that you need for towards the nibbana, now that you have to direct it. Otherwise, they are just like water, just like a lake that doesn't flow, doesn't have a target. The water will evaporate and the paddy field would die. So you have to direct it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, direction, I'm okay. This is like, I said that, so find the wishing is different for me than the direction. That's, yeah.
So අන්නාන්සේ බොහොම ස්තුතියි තෙරුවන් සරණයි. දැන් අපි දැන් ලංකාවේ වෙලාව 12:45 12:50යි. ඉතින් අපි දින දෙක අවසන් කිරීමට මම ආරාධනා කරනවා නාලන්දේ ප්‍රෙසිඩන්ට් නලින් සමරතුංග. Go ahead, Nali.
Therwan Saranai. I hope you can hear me. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So I would like to thank Venerable Dr. Bante Subavi Wattegama Thero for working into the night to make us understand and realize meditation techniques. How to be successful in meditation by taking small steps in the beginning. And thank you, Ananda President, Lucky Rajasinghe, for preparing and leading this presentation smoothly. And the moderators, Dr. Vijay Vatugala and Ananda Mahikanda, for a fabulous job of managing the presentation, not only in this year, but for the last 10 years. And Rahim Mantara for coordinating the registration and coordination and all the work there. And also Upul Gunawardana for continuing support from Nalanda side. I hope you have learned something with this program. As Venerable Bante Thero said, we can't change the past, but we can definitely change the future. I hope you will practice gratitude, notice good things and appreciate them, and be thankful for them. Once again, thank you very much. Therwan Saranai.
Thank you, Nalin. So I think we thank you, Bante, again. I know you have spent a lot of time, a lot of energy, and it's like you said, it's midnight, past midnight Sri Lanka. So we offer all our merits that we have collected through these sessions to your upward path, and we wish it will be successful, it will be smooth, and also it will be, and you will be achieving the higher levels of mindfulness, Sotapanna, and also Nibbana, if possible, this lifetime itself. Also, we offer these merits to your parents, and also for your teachers, and also for our founders. Because of the founders only, we have come to this level today, and we have had the chance to speak to you and listen to you. And we offer all these merits to all these people for their upward journeys in their samsara. Now, it is customary that we worship the Sangha at this time, especially Venerable Bante Subhavi. Please recite the gathas with me, or at least listen to what I'm reciting now. Silavantang gunavantang punyaketang anuttarang dullabena mayalatang pasitung vandi tungwarang Sariputtadi teranam Agatang pati patiya Saddha silang dayavasang Buddha puttang namamahang. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Abhivadana silissa niccang uddhapachayino chattaro dhamma vaddanti ayuvanno sukham balang ayurarogya sampatti sangha sampatti mevacha ato nibbana sampatti iminate samijjatu.
Sadhu, sadhu. There's one other question. Actually, someone has asked whether Mr. Vijita Palihakar, whether we can have this weekly basis. Actually, as Mr. Lucky mentioned, this is on the annual basis. But of course, we have a group, WhatsApp group. It's called Dhamma Daja Bhavana. And we had been having weekly Dhamma sessions, Anapanasati and also Buddhanusati. So Buddhanusati, the first session actually took about 1.5 years and just ended, and we are starting another session. We just started about 2 weeks ago for the second group. So if you want to join, there is a group called Dhamma Daja Bhavana. We have Wednesdays and Thursdays and also Fridays morning, in California time in the morning, Sri Lanka time from 8:30 to 11:30 in the night, every Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, 8:30 to 11:30 in the night. So if you want to join, you can join that as well. If anyone wants to know how to join these sessions, I don't have the Dhamma Daja Bhavana connection, but I can give my number. If someone wants to let me know, then we can add you to the group. My telephone number is 858-752-2331. 858-752-2331. Actually, one at the big in the front, the US number. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bhante.
Thank you, Bhante, and it was very informative, and so you spent a lot of time explaining finer points. So it's not like a surface level, it's retained. It's very good. And I have not done the Buddhanusati always. I thought, oh, Guru just recite something and I didn't get anything. But this time, I understood it has the mindfulness. Like, it was very difficult to do the breathing at the correct point. And up sometime, when you thinking, so mind doesn't have place to go. So it was a good, concentration. I started getting sensation in my nose while going through. So that means, I was getting the concentration there. So that's, the whooping, and thank you very much. And in the oral things, the Lucky Colonel Lucky Raj Singh put our recording of the day one into our website. That's the same website you had, in your registration, we had written there. And in a later, in a slide, we'll put the name there. And then the day two one also will go there after, he has time to edit it and put it into YouTube and then put the link there. So that you will be able to watch it again. And actually, our last 2 years also is in the website, the last year one as well as the year before one. And that's, I think, it's too late. I mean, late, and I think all the people have, thanked. And I'm not going to list anyone at this moment, but I need to especially thank Lucky Raj Singh, who he was sick, but still spent time getting all the Zoom meeting and all the slides and getting this run like in the military precision, all the steps. And thank you, everyone. And thank you, my co-host. And thank you. And if you have any comments, you can send emails. I think when you get registered, Lucky, what would be the address to email to send comments would be?
It will be the the general secretary email that you received your registration from.
Okay. And then can you tell after the session is over, we will have the closing slide come. In the closing slide, we'll have the URL for this event that has the recording. That's
ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ කල්යාණ මිත්‍ර පිරිස ඔබ සියලු දෙනාටම සුවපත් වේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. මේ ආනන්දේ පරණම ශිෂ්‍යයෙක්.
බොහොම පිං අමරසිංහ මහත්තයා. බොහොමත්ම පිං ඔබතුමාටත් නිදුක් නිරෝගී සුව සැලසේවා.
සාදු සාදු සාදු.
Sadhu, sadhu.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
සත්‍ය ධර්මයේම අවබෝධ වේවා.
හොඳයි සාදු සාදු.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේ.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
සරණයි. තනසප්පෝකාස වන්දාමි බන්තේ
සුවපත් වේවා.
මයාකතම් පුඤ්ඤං සම්මානෝදිතබ්බං
සාදු සාදු අනුමෝදාමි.
සාමිනා කරුණා මයිහන්තාත
සාදු අනුමෝදිතබ්බං.
ඕකාස ద్వාරත්තේ කතං සබ්බං අච්ඡය කමිතේ
කමාමි කමිතබ්බං.
ඕකාස කමාමි බන්තේ
සුවපත් වේවා සම්සුමත් වේවා.
ဒုတိယံ පි ඕකාස කමාමි බන්තේ තතියම් පි ඕකාස කමාමි බන්තේ
සුවපත් වේවා.
සාදු සාදු
සුවපත්.
so you can see in the bottom here the www.akobawcusa.org Founders Day 2022. When you go, that page has the recording. You can write it down that. And your comments, you can send it to akobawc@gmail.com.
ඒක